Are you ready for some real thought-provoking conversations that lead to spiritual wisdom and discovery to provide you with clear direction on every area of your life? Well, sit back and relax. You've made it to the right place. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to Heart of Inspiration. Hey, how y'all doing? The darn thing done started. It done started. Hey, hello. Hello. Can y'all hear me? Holla if you hear me. Holla if you hear me. AT2, how you doing? How you doing, my brother? How you doing, my friend? Hello, Afia. Hello, Sebastian. Hello. Hey, Melinda J, the extraordinaire, the moderator extraordinaire. How y'all doing? Hello, Miss Shakima. How are you, beloved? Hey, EMC. Hello. I'm getting through. Hey, Sweet Harmony. How are you, beloved? How are you? Okay. I want y'all to share this. I know there's probably people just sitting in the cut. I know I'm not a big YouTube channel. I get that. I understand that. But what I need y'all to do, if you don't mind, if you could, for me, who is this messaging me? If you could, for me, if you could please share this out. Let them know that we're here. Let them know that we're live. I'm actually going to be watching this on my own channel on my here so that I can monitor the chat. Make sure that the stream is going okay. And then we're just going to mute this so I don't have to worry about it. Let everybody know we here. And we about to get into the things of all of the things. I know it takes a few more minutes for the notifications to go out. Hello on Facebook. Hello on YouTube. What I'm going to do first before we get down to the get downs, you know what? That's what I meant to do. God dang it, son of a biscuit. Listen, I'm burning dragon's blood. Now, dragon's blood is an incense that's wonderful for protection and cleansing. And my gut tells me we probably going to need a little bit of both by the time we get done talking about this. Protection and cleansing. So we're going to burn that first. And then afterwards, we're going to burn a little spiritual healing as we going on through here. Okay? Hey, live in the moment. How you doing, beloved? I do not have, I should have probably brought my drink in here. Well, I don't really need these with my contacts in, but I do have a little coffee. We're going to be here for a minute. Hey, all is well. How are you? How are you, beloved? Good to see you. Let everybody know that we are here. We're going to have this conversation from a spiritual perspective. I don't even want to say it's just from a spiritual perspective, because there have been others that have been having this conversation from a spiritual perspective. Even when you go to, like, my good friend Armon Wiggins, even when you go to Consciouz TV, right, you're going to get a spiritual perspective. There are other channels that I will not name that are attempting to talk about this from a spiritual perspective, but really all I get is church boy. Or someone that's trying to be something, right? And that's fine. Everybody is welcome. They can have their own opinions. I don't care. Right? You can have your opinion. But what I want to do is break this down for us tonight from the perspective of someone who not only was, of course, in the church and a member of the church. But from the perspective of a prophetess, some of you may know, some of you may not know that since I was 30 years old, I was ordained in the non-denominational Christian charismatic church, speaking in tongues, all of that. Okay, all of that. Oh, you talking about 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Bear with me. Oh, that's the wrong one. Child, baby. What I'm doing? What I'm doing? What did I do? Oh, I know what I did. Can y'all see me okay? Oh, I know. On my end, it ended up going wacky. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh my God. I can't, I'm got two computers. Okay. And that makes a difference because when I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you from one that was in ministry. I'm talking to you from one that not only was in ministry as, within the church walls. So I was either an associate pastor or a prophetess or a youth pastor at different churches, but I also traveled all around the country. Now, Bishop Larry, Prophet Larry, he traveled all around the world. So I'm not sitting here trying to say, whatever it is, what it is. But from a traveling ministry and as one that worked with and ran in the same circles with, okay, the Daryl Hines, the TD Jakes, the Larry Huggins, the Benny Hinn's, that group. You know what I'm saying? So the Juanita Bynums. You may not have seen me on TBN, but let me tell you something. Most of them people that you saw on TBN, I knew very well, or at least was a strong acquaintance. And when you're in the church that long, I'm 54 now. I got out of the church about 20 plus years I was in. I mean, because it was before then, before I was even ordained, I was already walking in the office of the prophetess. It just took, some men to decide that I could actually have that title. So I was in ministry for well over 20 years. When you're in ministry for well over 20 years, you see a lot. You see a lot. You see the good, the bad, the ugly, the ugly, the disgusting, the debauchery, excuse me, the sin, the people standing behind the pulpit, claiming that they, thank you, I feel, claiming that they're all holy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see it. You see it. We know. You see, you go out with them on Friday and Saturday night, drinking up a storm, and then tipping into the church the next day, hungover as hell. You know the people that are standing behind that pulpit preaching against all manner of biblical sin, and I say that specifically because I feel very strongly there is man-made biblical quote unquote sin, and then there's what really is or is not sin, but we'll have that discussion another day. But they had preached against the very thing that I knew they did last night and they was fixing to do as soon as they left. Okay, so there's a lot of people. Hey, speaking from the purple couch, how you doing, darling? So there's a lot of people that are going to say a lot of things. But see, I'm going to break this down from the perspective of the church. That's it. From the perspective of a minister, a prophetess, Now, you all know, I mean, most of you all probably know. Let me see here if I can do an overlay. Most of you all probably know that I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm not a fan of, or that I like Dr. Reid. I like him. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I don't, because I'd be lying to you. Okay. What I am gonna say though is that I want to be sure that I'm actually putting something together for y'all. Hang on one second. I know I should have had this, but I'm not doing this with my other methods, so it's a little different for me. All right, hang on. Let me I might be able to get this to work real quick. Bear with me, guys. Thank you. Download transparent background. Yep. All right. So some of you may not know what we're talking about, so I got to catch you up. So here we go. Where the hell's the overlay? Can't I do an overlay? Oh, God. Oh, here it is. Child, don't get me to laugh. Okay, here we go. All right. Now I know Piper's going to block me, but that's okay. We don't need to see me. That picture down at the bottom, that is Tasha K from Unwind with Tasha K and TK Live. I think it is TK Live or Tasha K Live. In the picture with her is Lavontraye Andrews. In the picture with her is Lavontraye Andrews. Okay? We got 30 people in here. We got 12 thumbs up. This is what I'm going to ask y'all. I'm really going to ask y'all tonight to support this, because I know I don't get a big draw. So we want to at least get these thumbs up so we can get more people in here for this discussion, because I'm going to sit with y'all tonight and we're going to talk about it. We're going to do what they used to call tarrying. We're going to tarry tonight. Sitting with her is Lavontraye Andrews. He is 32 years old now. He was born in October of 1990. He is a native of North Carolina. And at some point that is up for discussion and that is under some discrepancies. He and his mother and his brother started going to the gentleman that's at the top here, Larry Reid, started going to his church in Raleigh, North Carolina. Okay. Lavontraye, his brother and his mother, they came from not as demonstrative of a church in the way of the gifts of the Spirit. And what I'm kind of understanding from what I've pieced together. Now, I want y'all to know something. You see that picture from in the bottom over here? Over here? Yeah. That picture is from the 2.5-hour interview that Miss Tasha K did with Lavontraye. That's part 1 of a 3-part series. The second part, I guess, they're going to talk to his wife. The third part, they're going to talk to his mother. I took notes. Here we go. I took notes on that 2.5-hour situation. I watched the whole thing. I paid the $12 for it. Yes, I did. Okay. I watched the whole thing. I know she put part of it up on her site. That's not even remotely, that's not even close to the whole thing. Bishop Reid at the top. He did a response on his Patreon that I also pay $12 a month for. He did a response on his Patreon last night. It was 4 hours. I listened to that whole thing as well. So when I tell you, when we are having this conversation today, y'all, we're going to break it down. We're going to break it down. I have heard other people give their commentary on it. Some people watched it, some people didn't. I will say there are a couple YouTubers in particular, well, at least one, I shouldn't say a couple. There's one YouTuber in particular that I felt really honestly left out a lot from that interview. And I think missed a lot from what Larry said. Most are like, there's some that are very solidly in Larry's camp. That's fine. I would expect that. There are some that are solidly not in his camp, and that's fine too. It's cool in the game, y'all. What I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to give you the breakdown of where I feel there is responsibility, accountability to be had on both sides. And by the end of it, I think that, you'll hear what I think, and you can make whatever decisions you want. Oh, that's awesome. On the Higher Ground Assembly. That's nice. Bishop T.D. Jakes on your certification. That's amazing. That is amazing. I have seen and I have witnessed a lot. All right, we ready now? Before we get ready, there's a couple things I want to do, and y'all just going to have to sit with me for a second. First of all, for those of you coming in, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the channel. Please be sure to like, subscribe, and share this video, especially this video, guys. All right. A couple things I want to just put out here. I want y'all to think about joining me for the Week of Kindness and Gratitude Summit and Giveaway. It's a free situation. It's a free summit. It's 3 days. It's going to be streaming. You can go into the description box and get your free ticket, or you can get a VIP ticket for $97. You get a lot of extras for that, and we are going to donate 10% of every VIP ticket to the Better Vision for Children Foundation that globally is helping to eradicate and prevent child onset blindness. The other thing I want to just get out here too is that I'm a contributor in a best-selling book. I am a best-selling author. And this link is in the description box below as well. You can go on to Amazon.com with that link, and you can buy it in Kindle, or you can buy it in hardcover. It is 365 quotes from healers, teachers, influencers, entrepreneurs, all meant to inspire you. Now, everything stated by me here today is my opinion. When I open up the lines and the panel, okay, that's their opinion. Anything that is stated that is criminal or scandalous, like I said, a criminal or scandalous, are all alleged. I will not be playing any of the audio from either of the videos. You are going to have, now, y'all might think I'm wrong, whatever, but I'm not going to do it because I'm not trying to get copyright struck. All right. So this is all opinion. This is my opinion. I'm entitled to it. These are my conclusions. I'm entitled to them. And when y'all get up here being messy, any criminal acts or criminal or scandalous acts are alleged, because I know y'all gonna be messy. I don't even know why y'all don't try to act like y'all not. Don't try to act like y'all not. Hey Jen, how you doing? Hey Chi-Town, how is it going? That's right, no free promo. Now I paid my I paid a total of $24 to bring y'all this tea. It ain't gonna break me. But anyway, here we go. Okay, now let's start from the beginning. The young man down at the bottom there, Lavontraye. Lavontraye Andrews, his brother and his mother, moved from a smaller town in North Carolina subsequent to the mother and father splitting up, I believe. According to him, he moved to Raleigh when he was 15. Now, he was born in 1990. That would have then meant that he would have moved to Raleigh in 2005. He said that they had began to attend Larry Reid's church at that time. Also at that time, Larry Reid was married to his ex-wife, Lisa Reid. Okay. Lavontraye said he and his mama and them, they started going to that church. Tasha then asked a few questions about it. Now, this is what I will characterize the interview as. It was 2.5 hours, guys, maybe 2 hours and 45 minutes. The majority of that 2.5 or 2 hours and 45 minutes was spent really more so questioning Larry's sexuality, questioning, making statements such as these were made by Tasha K, that Larry doesn't own any property, that basically he's all a front and a fake and a fraud. A lot of that kind of just throwing dirt, shade, throwing what we call dispersions, besmirching, and so on. And there was a lot of in-depth discussion about how they felt about religion, Christianity, charismatic Christianity, all of that. That's one of the things I noticed. One of my notes is that Tasha K kept trying to bait the young man into saying shady stuff about the church. Because this young man said when he first got there, it was interesting to him because he was like a little uncomfortable because he wasn't used to seeing men. He said the men were very affectionate with one another. And I was like, okay, what does that mean? Well, there was a lot of hugging, a lot of, there was actual like affection towards each other, hugging and things like that he had not seen. And he was like, well, I don't know, oh my God, why do I gotta do all this? You know what I'm saying? He said he grew to enjoy it. He grew to appreciate it. He grew to like it and embrace that kind of, being able to be open emotionally or, physical touch, because men, you all do need physical touch as well. And a man can hug another man, and that does not mean that that is in a same gender loving fashion. All right? Can we just agree on that? So he would talk about that. When he first came to Larry's church, the men hugged. And the other thing he said was that tongues and prophecy flowed freely. So he was not used to people just giving a tongue and then somebody else giving the interpretation, like willy-nilly. Now at this time, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of intertwine both lives and what both parties said, all three parties really. And so I can kind of piece it all together for you. Now, Larry said that at this point in time, he was about 28 years old. Exactly. Some people never grew up with affection. Absolutely, AT2. He said he was about 28 years old. So he was a young pastor. So y'all, we're going to go to church tonight. Is that all right? Is it okay? Because I miss sometimes it. So I want y'all to type in the chat, young pastor. He was a young pastor. 28 years old is very young to be pastoring a church. Hey, cousin Cups. Hey, cousin. That's young. For those of you that are over 35, 40, those of us of a certain age, especially those of us over 40, I want you to think about what you were like, your psyche, what was it like at 28? That's a lot of responsibility for a young married man beginning to start a family. Larry said this was a family church. I don't know how many of y'all ever attended a family church, especially a Black family church, but let me tell you, that can be some mess. It's rough and tough because you got all these families, everybody feels like they got some input into how things is run. And you know what I'm saying? It's a lot. So they had grown though so much. So this was now grown to be more than a family church, but he wanted to keep the family church feeling. All right. So here we are. Lavontraye, if he's 15 at the time, this is 2005. Okay. And he's just now getting to understand and coming to understand what the hell is going on in this here church. His mama, though, was called to the ministry. His mother left him in the care of the church. I want you all to hear me. No father in the home. His mother goes off to pursue her life of ministry, her calling. I'm not going to deny that the woman was called or wasn't called. That's between her and God. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But she left her 15-year-old son there in the care of the ministry. So daddy's gone and mama abandoned. Can y'all type in the chat orphan? Can y'all type in the chat orphan? Hey, Andrea. That's right. The family church. Hey, Andrea. How you doing? I just watched one of your videos the other day. Can we type in the orphan? Because that's what he might as well have been. Was an orphan. Now, during this time, now I'm going to go back here. We're going to go back. I understand, Afia. Now, my maternal instinct says different, but I'm just giving my commentary at the moment. I'm laying it out. So let me go back. So Larry and them said that really it was Shamarco, and even the young man said later on he really loved Shamarco, that Shamarco was his ace. Shamarco fathered him. Shamarco, he said, Lavontraye said he would have taken a bullet for Shamarco. And Larry confirmed that Shamarco was really the one that was kind of overseeing these young men, because evidently he wasn't the only young man that had been left orphaned. Now, I want y'all to go back with me, though, to the early 2000s and then back a little bit further into the 90s and back a little bit further in the 80s. You have to understand how we were then, because some of y'all was not even, some of y'all wouldn't have thought, and some of y'all wasn't outside. So you have to understand, at this point in time, I was a youth pastor at this point in time. I have had numerous young people living with me and my children in my home. When things would be going wrong in their house, I would take them in, male or female. This was kind of something that we did in the church. Do you understand what I'm saying? This was something we did in the church. Now, I think that Larry went a little way too far, because he talks about having a lot of people living in some houses, and then him and his family had to move, and then they fill that house, and then they and their family had to. That was a lot. But I can understand how this started happening. Because when young men are left without a father, we as mothers, single mamas of sons, I'm one, we do try to ensure that there is some male oversight, influence in their lives. Because there's only so much I can teach you. I can teach you how to treat a woman, but there's some things I cannot necessarily teach you fully about how to be a man. And so, from my son, thank goodness it was my father, right? My father, and to a degree, his uncles, and Alicia's dad was really good for him too as well. But by and large, throughout the majority of my son's life, it was my father. So I had that. But, this is what was done. So it's not necessarily off. We're not completely off, okay? Just so you know. Just so you know. Your first ministry starts at home. Absolutely. Now I'm not, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Okay. Yeah, you would tell. Yeah, you wasn't. He was a thought. Where's the brother? I did not hear where he was during this time from either interview. All I remember from the interview with Lavontraye is he did mention that his brother is same gender loving. And I feel like his brother was with him, but I haven't really heard the brother mentioned. Okay, so y'all are with me. Okay. So Tasha, she begins to talk about the fact that she's a Buddhist and her husband's Muslim and blah, blah, blah. But she's church hurt too. And I'm not mad at her. I get it. But like I said, she keeps trying to bait him to say shady stuff. This wasn't really an interview. This was a how can we dish on him, on Larry Reid. Did you feel like you were in no man's land? She started asking, and basically, did you feel like you were going to one of them? Y'all seen them churches where they be dancing with the snakes? Now that ain't none of us, that ain't melanated peoples that's dancing with them during snakes in the backwoods of where, West Virginia and all that. But that's what she was trying to liken Larry's church to, because they were speaking in tongues and then giving tongues with the gift of interpretation. Lady, if you don't miss me with that, whatever. So Tasha begins to add in extra ages for him. So she's like, well, was it 14? Were you 15? Were you 16? Now you have to remember, Lavontraye has told multiple different stories at multiple different times. This is where I'm going to bring all this to you. So remember, he said that he moved there and they started going to his church when he was 15. Now his birthday is not until October. So that could have been 2006 because his birthday is October. I think Larry said 21st or something like that, 1990. So this could have been October 2006. When he originally started alleging this, Lavontraye, he said he was 14. And then it changed to 15. On the police, he filled out a complaint in Raleigh, I believe. And the address he put down that all of this supposedly happened in 2006, before he turned 16, was an address, a house that did not even exist. It did not even exist until I believe 2007 or 2008, somewhere in there, the next year, when Larry bought it. Now, he could have put any other addresses down or whatever. And the only reason I'm going to harp on this, because y'all might be like, well, the man's 32. How's he going to believe this? How's he going to remember this? I think he filed this police report back in 2018, maybe, or earlier than that. Because this man, Mr. Lavontraye himself, said numerous times in his interview, when something happens to me that is emotionally traumatic or triggering, or it's meaningful to me emotionally, I remember everything. I remember smells. I remember what you were wearing. I remember how your hair was. I remember the colors of your clothes and everything like that. He said, he talked about how well and vivid and accurate his memory was when emotionally, either traumatic or moving, either positive or negative, things happen to him in his life. That to me is key. Because if you are going to tell me repeatedly over 2 hours and 45 minutes that you can remember literally everything. He remembered the entire scene when he first saw his now wife. Now, I don't know any of y'all that watched it, if y'all caught it, but he said he was about 14, 15 at the time. And he said, well, at the time, Ashley, I think that's his wife's name, she was 18. She's, 3, 4 years older than me. Oh, so you've been after the older ones the whole time. You always been a little fast. Do I understand why, though? This is a sidebar. Of course, he's going to be looking to older women when his mother left him orphaned at the church. I don't think he said she was that old when he met her. I fear she may have been 22 when they married, but I was under the impression that she was younger when at the time this whole thing happened. Hey, Emily B, how you doing, honey? Nice to see you. Welcome, everybody. They've been together longer than that. Married for 13. So they got married when he was 19 years old. They were together for I want to say 16 or 17 years. Okay? Now, that's just a side note. See, I got a pretty good memory, y'all. I got a pretty good memory. So she older. But he recounted this whole thing and the reason why he fell in love with her and he knew that was going to be his wife or somebody like her is because what she said she wanted in a husband. Now, baby, you barely old enough to know how to wash your behind and you already thinking about a wife. That's what happens when you got somebody that's basically been orphaned by their parents. Anyway. So now you reportedly remember everything. So I'm going to assume then you are going to remember where this occurred when you were that age. You are going to be able to remember that house did not even exist and that you did not move into that house until you were about 17 or 18 years old. Perp is in here. Hey, Perp, how you doing? Hey, Trouble. We're going to see her in the part 2. We're going to see her in part 2. Now, let me continue on. Size what? Okay. The other thing I wrote down is he at first had said 2005. And then he said 2006. And I wrote down there to check and see what year Larry Reid moved into that address. So his years, his dates, his ages, even during Tasha's interview, were off. It was off. Now, I don't want anyone watching this on the replay or currently right now. That dragon's blood won't burn. I guess I don't need no protection. We got some spiritual healing going on here. I got to burn some more incense. I don't want anybody in this room to think that I am victim blaming or victim shaming. I am not. I am not. This is what I am doing, though. I believe we should believe victims. I also believe that when these accusations are made, we need to be able to objectively look into those accusations, because enough of our men and women are incarcerated right now because somebody said they did something that they didn't do, and it was just assumed that they did it, that they were guilty before they were even tried. They were guilty until proven innocent rather than innocent until proven guilty. That's not to say that I don't believe that this could potentially happen, because I've seen it in the church. Y'all remember, I've seen a lot. I've seen male pastors sleeping with underage boys and girls. I've seen female ministers or people in certain positions of authority sleeping with underage boys. I ain't hear too many of them messing with the girls though. Everybody, what I'm saying, like too many people cheating on too many people. I done seen parishioners throwing themselves at the young ministers. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it all. I've seen ministers ignore their families. And that's something that Dr. Larry Reid did talk about, was how, because Lisa said that the church broke their marriage up, and he said, I allowed it. I've seen that happen too many times. So I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying we gotta dig deep. All right? We just presenting the fact. Hey Trace, how you doing? How you doing, darling? Welcome everybody. Absolutely, facts matter. And the timeline is jumbled. And I want to say something else too, y'all. I want to say something else too. If the timeline was jumbled, yep, I've seen it. It's a lot. Even if the timeline was jumbled, but he himself did not say, I basically have a photogenic memory. When significantly emotional things happen to me, I would chalk it up to foggy memory, and it's too uncomfortable for me to really remember. You see what I'm saying? That's right. They know the boys aren't going to speak. So when you yourself say, I got a photographic memory, but then your memory gets foggy, we got a problem. I'm just holding you to your standard. That's all I'm doing. Okay, here we go. Um, okay. Then he says, then he recounts at 15 still, Larry taking him to Walmart, he said. I believe he said Walmart. Now, or he would say he would go around different places with Larry, right? And kind of almost as a young armor bearer. He also plays drums, by the way. So at some point he became the drummer at the church, which was a paid position. But he said that Larry and he were in the Walmart, and Larry stated that someone could manipulate him if they were smarter than him. And when he asked him why would he say that, Larry said, "Well, I could just tell." I don't know about you, that did not necessarily bother me. I've made that statement to people too. When you have a 14, 15, 16-year-old, they think they grown person that's now been left in your care and think they know everything. Remember, this is the same young man that was lusting after the girl that's fat and then now his wife. But so That in and of itself doesn't bother me. Now, put that though in juxtaposition to some of the things that Tasha K said. See, this is my thing with her. She used this interview to not only try to get all this information out of him, but she used this interview to baby now throw more shade here. Cause she was just like, oh yeah. And when he was getting a massage one time, and he had called me, or I had called him on the phone, we were talking, and I asked him what he was doing. He said he was getting a massage. And she said, oh. And he said, you know, I could massage him, something to that effect, if I wanted to. That was highly inappropriate, Larry. I know other people that there have been inappropriate comments made to them. I'm not gonna go into details. I'm not gonna give names. I'm just saying, I know. To me, this is again my opinion. I know I have a lot of Dr. Reid fans in the audience. I might have some detractors in the audience. This is my opinion. My opinion is that sometimes we still have a responsibility, most times, all the time. We still have a responsibility, even as people in ministry and leadership, to watch what we say, watch what we do, and not give the impression of impropriety. Not give the impression of impropriety. Can someone write impression in the chat? That's our responsibility. Now, when I come on here, now I'm no longer walking in the office of the prophetess officially in the church. I don't go around doing that now. He's still saying he's pastoring online. I'm not. So if I come on here fussing, cussing at the plum lily fool because someone done pissed me off, I'm telling you straight up, this is not high vibrational. This is not nothing. This is me being me. I'm still human. I'm going to tell you something else. Even when I was in the church officially, and I would go around ministering, and I was a youth pastor, and I was an associate minister, even then, I was still very transparent. Now, I did not say out the way things to people. Not unless I knew you, but then we knew we were joking. Now, was he probably joking with her? Absolutely. I'm sure he was. Right? But it's still, you got to know who you can say. He ain't that close to the people, to other people. You'd say it's too much. I think, Dr. Reid, and you could do what you want, but I just feel like sometimes you're a little hypersexualized in what you say, because you're still here saying, I'm a prophet. You are a man first. And let me say this, all of us as people, if you're still going to the church or you're not, but all of us as people, when you are looking at us as spiritual leaders, stop idolizing us. Stop idolizing us. We are not gods and goddesses to be worshiped. You are a god or a goddess. I am a goddess. You see what I'm saying? In a different way. I'm not, don't worship me. Don't idolize me. Please don't. Because I'm going to let you down. Because I'm still human. Do you understand what I'm saying? There are certain things, though, I won't do on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok. There's certain things I will not allow to be put on social media. Now I would say because they're off brand. But in all honesty, I have a standard. I have a brand. I have a persona. I have a level of integrity that I have to uphold. as a leader, as a teacher, as a mentor, as a guide. So, in that regard, you're going to hear me throughout this. There are numerous times where I feel like you crossed the line and left yourself open for these things to happen. We absolutely have to use discernment. Mr. Andrews also stated that he was having sexual relations with an older woman in the church at one of these houses that he was staying at. Now, I believe by this point, if I'm going to intertwine this with Larry's timeline and Shamarco's timeline, this was probably now at this house. This was probably 2007, 2008. After that, the boy moved in the house. I guess the boy was using people's cars, taking stuff from people, and sleeping with peoples. So he was living with another party, another family from the church. And I guess this girl was staying there too, this whatever. And so they had to ship the girl off and they kept him and he moved into the house where Shamarco and them was. Okay. Um, he also talked about if people were in the ministry that Larry had a specific like he very much was like what kind of clothes they could wear, how their hair should be, all kinds of stuff. Is that going a little overboard? Probably, but listen, that's black church. I'm sorry, it didn't really bother me. Then Tasha then has to throw in where he called her and said that from a spiritual standpoint, he felt vexed in his spirit basically about how she was wearing her hair. Larry, now I don't know Larry personally, so he might see this, he might not. I don't know. Hey, Shabby being good evening. Larry, that's going a little too far now. Come on now. You got vexed in your spirit about that woman's hair. That ain't your wife, man. That ain't your wife, man. That's Chet's wife. If Chet said he don't care about her hair, you can't care about her hair, man. That ain't your. No, I believe he said that one. I believe he said that one. I don't think that was an allegedly child. Anyway, you can't do that. I mean, that ain't your sister, that ain't your cousin. No, I do believe that. I'm gonna tell you why, because they were friends. He felt they were friends. I've had male friends say some things like that to me, especially if they were same gender loving. They would tell me, girl, you better not do that. You better not. Now he might have said it like that. He might have said, girl, you better not never wear that again. You vex me in my spirit. It might have been a joke, but she gonna twist it. That's what I believe. How her husband was okay with all that behavior. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if everybody else believes that Larry Reid is same gender loving at most, bisexual at least, that man's not worried about what Larry Reid said to her. And Larry and him are friends. It is controlling unless it was a joke. So I'm just gonna put it like that. That's my opinion. All right. Then they went into this whole. She just talks about a lot about the inappropriate comments, and then the both of them go into this whole shebang, shaboom, shabam about how inappropriate Larry is, and so on and so on. Tasha did say that Larry would tell her about his sexual exploits. Now, that could be, remember, that audio that she played where she was telling her about all the things that she had done, and she played that audio, she recorded it and whatnot. which is disgusting. Which is disgusting. I don't need friends like that. Now I'm gonna go back to what Larry Shamarko. Larry Shamarko then said from 2006 all the way for quite a while, Larry would buy these houses, and then he'd have all these, he'd move people in. Sometimes they'd have church in the house, and so Shamarko and all them and Vincent, I guess it was too, was really overseeing all these young people. There were a lot of younger people who came from the street or who came out of prison. He said it was nothing for him to have murderers and all kinds of people living up in his house with him and his wife and his child. Now that's a lot. And that's when he brought Lisa up. And so he's thinking this is how you're supposed to run a ministry. Remember, he's in his late 20s, early 30s. I don't know. I don't know who the whoever was his umbrella, his shield, his oversight at this point. His mentor should have told him different, but they didn't, and this is where we are. So he's got young people living everywhere. Sometimes he'll move families into these houses and they'll be overseeing, and then things get weird and wonky and crazy, and then then he got to come in and kick everybody out and clean up and do whatever. He and Lisa got divorced. He said by the time he noticed Lavontraye, Lavontraye was 17 and a half, damn near 18 years old. His church evidently was fairly large. And if y'all know anything about the hierarchy in a Black church, the ministry, the pastor and the first lady and that family is basically kind of secluded and separated. And then they have others underneath that actually work more with the church parishioners, the church membership. Okay. You're separated off. And depending upon how high up in the ministry you are, some others of us would be more separated and whatnot, but definitely the pastor and the first lady. So there were a lot of members in the church he didn't know. Thank you, California girl. Thank you, sweetheart. Peace and blessings. Hey, Daniel, I'm gonna speak to everybody as y'all coming in. Yeah, he never should have shared that with her, but never should have. Right. Yep, that was crazy. This is very sad. A group meeting? I agree. No, that was not from a Storm Live. That the video may have been, but I know she played some audio. I know she had audio cuts. Yeah. Because I've heard that audio. It could be 26 folks in one house. Absolutely. That's ridiculous. But anyway, so he really didn't know who this boy was. Okay. Sure, Marco was taking care of paying the musicians and anybody else that had to deal in the ministry. That was Larry's job. Welcome to all 64 folks in the chat. Thank you so very much. I appreciate y'all tonight. Continue to like and share this. Continue to share this. Let everybody know. Continue to hit that like because I'm about to open up the panel very soon. So there was a lot going on in this ministry, and it was it was very taxing on Larry's relationship. So taxing, Lisa leaves. His leadership at the time said he had to literally kick her completely out the church. He said, "Oh no." His leadership said, "Larry, you're not gonna find another wife if she's sitting up here in the church." She had already had the two girls by this point. Why is that important? Because this young man stated that he moved in and he said when he moved in, at first he said Larry and Lisa were not sleeping in the same bed, and he thought that was odd. Hey, Red Violet. All right. That's what he first said. I don't forget nothing. He said, when I was first, I thought odd things when she was like, what are things that are odd? He said, well, I thought it was odd that him and his wife didn't sleep in the same bed. How the hell you know that? So now fast forward, he says, when they start going into this detail about how Larry would be bringing around strong, effeminate men, how he would say that they were all gay, um, and that he before this alleged interaction was happening. I don't know. Is it assault? Is it SA when you don't necessarily touch? And whatever level it is, when you're not touching. And then reportedly later on, there was touching. But he said that he had moved into this house that didn't exist and that Larry and Lisa were not sleeping in the same bed. The timeline doesn't add up. SH. Okay, when you don't touch. And SA when there's touching. Got it. Thank you. Larry and Lisa did not separate or get divorced until this young man was 18 years old. The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. Matter of fact, Larry then got re-engaged, got engaged to somebody else. Did they get married? Y'all have to, I don't remember. They must have. And that's when he started traveling all around the world. But the young man and his now wife, the wife used to call over there to her and would say, "You better come get your kids because they mistreating them over here," and whoop the bam womb. And Lavontraye at that point would like, hold and play with the girls and stuff like that. So this young man was heavily entrenched into the family structure. How are you gonna be that firmly entrenched in the family structure and nobody notices any flinching, any oddity, any "I can't be around you, and you've been doing this to me, having me dance naked, having me come into your room, all this stuff, reportedly putting hands on my private areas, reportedly," you know what I'm saying, all this stuff, and you just so that comfortable being around this man? I can't go for that. They didn't get married, thank you. No, algebra ain't calculus, and these numbers, the math ain't method. California girl, I don't know that. And so I hope I'm gonna kind of recap a little bit so you can catch up. There are dates that aren't adding up, addresses, and by this young man's own account, after watching that 2 half hour video, he kept saying how well his memory was, how accurate, how vivid his memory is when traumatic or very wonderful, elative, happy, emotionally impactful things happen to him. But the details are not mathing. They're not adding up. The dates aren't adding up. His age is not adding up to when he says these things happen. So why would you question whether or not Larry and Lisa are sleeping in the same room at 14 and 15 years old. When you weren't there, you didn't know, because you were not living at the house they were living at, that you claimed you were living at, that didn't even exist until you were almost 18 years old. And she had already moved out. They were already divorced. So of course they're not going to be sleeping in the same bed. That doesn't make any sense. I source, I would have said that shortly thereafter, trouble. I would have said that, except for the fact, again, I will say this again, out of his own word mouth, he said he doesn't forget anything when it is an emotionally impactful event in his life. Those are his words, not mine. Had he never said that, I would have let the dates go. I don't know if I'm gonna pull cards today. We might. Oh, I'm sorry, Sauce. So anyway, let's keep going. Shamarco is now saying that he is really entrenched with this young man. He's been helping him all this time. He knows him, but the boy started stealing and all kinds of craziness, and him and Ashley were running around, having good times and whatnot. Larry did not necessarily like him for Ashley, but whatever. But whatever had happened, he had stole something, and Larry said, "You got to go." The mama then, they sent him to his mama. The mama come back. The mother come back and begs Larry to take her son back. I'm about to give you all my commentary in a second. She begged for him to take the son back. He wasn't going to. Shamarco said, "Listen, I know him. He's troubled. We can still help him, blah, 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 blah." So they took him back into the fold, had him in one of the houses, let him go on and tour around, tour with them and whatnot. He's all over Facebook posting how much he loves the ministry, how much he loves Dr. Larry Reid, how much he loves, I think it's Lisette, how much he loves all these people, how his first, because him and Lisa got back together by now, how he loved his first lady and all that. Like, he's really down for it. He's really down for it. Hey, Jace, how you doing? These allegations are false. The dates are often the victim is dealing with emotional abuse and struggling with sexuality, especially after coming out of the church and how homosexuality is viewed. And he's married. He's been married to a woman now for 13 years. Maybe he's bisexual. I don't know. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I know Sebastian. We might pull him. Hold on. Now, here we get to the very salacious that I'm sure all of you all have heard about, asking him to turn around to dance naked. He was saying that he said that Larry was giving him a test to see whether or not he was gay, and put on gay porn in front of him with him while he's in the room in the same bedroom with Larry. It's a lot. He wanted to see if he would get an erection. There's a lot here that he's saying. And in a vacuum, it's hard for me not to believe something happened. I will say this as well. Larry, and from what I'm hearing, from what I heard from everybody else that was on that live, Larry said he was basically never alone like that for great lengths of time with anybody. And if you've spent any time in ministry at all, you knew not to do that. Not to be seen spending time alone. You do not want to give the impression of impropriety. And you don't want to have the possibility for allegations to come back on you like these are coming back on him. Do I believe that? Yes, I believe that Larry made sure that there weren't that. When we as ministers, when we wanted to go off and do our dirt, we went off and did our dirt. We did not do our dirt that close to home with all these darn peoples around. Larry did also say on numerous occasions in his live, he did not do this to this man when he was a teenage boy. He said it at least 3 times that I can remember and probably said it more. So for those YouTubers that are saying Larry never denied the allegations and the accusations, he absolutely did. So let's tell the truth. Did Larry agree that perhaps he should not have had 26 people living in one house? Absolutely, he did. Did he agree that he should have been doing this as a young man? Absolutely. Did it put a harm and stress and strain to his family and his friends and the church family? Absolutely. Larry also said that this young man, that he's not the one that did this to this young man, but he intimated that he knew who did. Now, some would ask, well, Lisa, why would you say all this? Why would this man say all this? Well, Larry was supported, and at finally, I think it was like 2010 ish, finally cut him off. Maybe it was later. Because Larry was out of ministry, I want to say from 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. Somebody can somebody can correct me. The young man said, "Oh, that's preposterous. I would never get upset about being cut off. My life is good. My life is fine." Sometimes it's not the financial cutoff that's the problem. Sometimes, and I can just say this myself, and this is not me being whatever, arrogant. Spiritual people, ministers, prophetic people, seers, the spirit is intoxicating, it is attractive, it is alluring. People become obsessed. People miss having that energy with them. People miss being in relationship with you because of the energy that you bring. So it may not have even been financial. This young man says that he has it was in 2017 when he first started talking about Larry Reid. Um, what I did notice though is that Tasha kept making references. Now I don't know when this was recorded, but it had to be recorded after she dropped that audio of him talking about what he had done sexually with other men. And so it was after that. But she said, "Well, we've been talking for at least 6 weeks. Didn't you tell me about 6 weeks ago?" Yada, 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 yada. I only bring that up because if I'm looking at all the players in this game, she been plotting and planning this for a long minute. She's been plotting and planning this for a long. She's been talking to this young man for a long time. Oh, he said he was more angry because he was angry because he didn't realize what it was when it happened, and he was angry because it happened in a church setting, because he Larry was a father figure, and he felt that Larry used spirituality in order to manipulate the situation. Because Larry would say different things like you're either gonna be gay or a womanizer. Um, he was like a father to him. Why do I think that he did this? That he's saying this? This is now my full-on opinion. Oh, let me tell you something else. Hold on. Let me go back up here. I'm gonna read some of this. It's giving me he mad, he got cut off, and Larry's flamboyant enough for the accusation to be believable. Yep. But just because it's believable doesn't mean you should believe it. Absolutely. Larry was never alone with that guy because of his behavior. Yeah. The victim was the now we're gonna call him an accuser. I don't know who victimized him. Was always living with the co-pastors. Absolutely. And multiple have vouched for that. Yeah, Emily, that's what I was just talking about. Let me tell you something. And this Armon Wiggins said this first. He and I have had some discussions, but I want to say this. I believe that yes, Armand said it, and I believe it that she would love to take over the space, the church gossip, the church tea space. Why? Ain't no celebrity sitting down with her no more. Not A-listers, not after the Cardi B thing. She still got to make money. Them numbers been down until this. If she can replace him and be the hero and the savior, and then come in and get into this space, it's very lucrative for a YouTuber. That's just my opinion. My other opinion is this. None of this really kicked off when if you all heard, I believe it was on Armon Wiggins show when this blew up a little while ago, first blew up in the last year. And Larry did say on Armon's show that Tasha had wanted him to invest in this business, in a production company. And Larry talked to his accountants and, CPA and his financial advisors, and they told him that would not be a good idea. This is what he said on shout out to the Armon Wiggins show. And but he told her, no, my advisor said this isn't a good idea. So he didn't give her the money. It was shortly after that that all this started. I said that. It's about that. To me, if I'm looking at like narcissists or people that display this high level of narcissistic behavior, they do not like to be told no at all. So that's my feeling. 2017. Thank you very much. So I'm gonna get to all this here. We're gonna get to it. Here we go. Tasha K better watch. Yeah, she better. We're gonna talk about that. What is he looking to gain? I think a settlement. I think notoriety. I think some level of fame. He was emotionally attracted to Larry, and Larry was not reciprocating, I believe. Hey, Pam. Seems there may have been a close friendship that went wrong. Yeah, I believe that. Oh, Jace. I love you. I gotta call you, baby. Hey, Queen of Destiny. I love that. I love your name and I love your avatar, your picture. The impression I get he is broke. I don't know what kind of work he's doing. Here we go. ML Michael, thank you for the information. Larry closed the ministry in 2017 and cut off contact with many of the members. There you go. Now we have it. So in 2017, Larry closes his ministry. In 2017, this young man first now. So he didn't file the police report till 2018. I was right. He never even the investigation went nowhere because he gave a full. He closes the ministry in 2017, cuts off contact with the members because he's trying to heal. A few months later, he starts making accusations. The boy was 27 at the time. Hey, Christina. I'm well. How you, beautiful girl? So now Blackhead gets involved because Larry laughed at him for the robbery. Okay, Sauce, did Tasha reveal receipts? No. This is the other thing, y'all. Tasha did not reveal receipts. Part 3 ain't even come out. We only got part 1. Now, I don't know what kind of receipts they're supposed to be. Well, he gonna be on the chopping block. Yeah, I said blackhead. I'm gonna drop the link because I'm gonna start giving y'all my actual. This is gonna be my whole. This is what y'all came here for. This is my opinion. Um, I'm gonna let y'all come up here. Let me tell y'all something. Listen, y'all be good. Y'all be nice. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. No, we ain't. Where we at? We ain't going through this no more. Like I don't know. I'ma watch probably the sister, the wife, and the mama. Jamal Bryant was the one sending the text messages to all the pat. Ooh, I didn't know nothing about that. Jace, you got to come up and tell me that because you know I don't be paying attention to them fools no more. Hey, Miss T Taylor, baby, how you doing, darling? All right, all right. The doors of the church is open. Listen, this is my opinion. I think it is possible that by the time this young man was 18, of legal age, it is possible, okay, that something could have happened. It is possible. I'm gonna let y'all up in just a second. I can't do it. I can't do no 10 hours of that mess because it wasn't real. It wasn't good. The other thing I've got to bring out in this too is that there's been much made about Larry and him withdrawing his lawsuit for defamation against Lavontraye. Y'all got to read more than just the 26-page response. It was withdrawn without prejudice because Lavontraye got served in North Carolina. He has stated on numerous occasions he lived with his mama. He's a married man living with his mother in his mother's house. Listen, I mean, I guess I can't say nothing. I mean, my son and my daughter-in-law and my kids live here. Um, but you know, we've chosen to have a multi-generational household. And I'm moving, so whatever. Anyway, um, I don't get the shut up, Lisa. So he gets served at the house he claimed he live at, and then wants to tell the court, I don't live there, and my mama can't take service for me. She's not authorized to accept court service for me. I live over here in Georgia, and produces a Georgia address and a Georgia driver's license, even though he'd been telling the court and everybody else he lived with his mama. And the mama said that he lived there. Hey, Sebastian,
Hey Lisa, hey Dr. Lisa, how are you?
darling. So in it, as far as that's concerned, this is my thing. I believe that Larry should take him to court. I believe Larry will take him to court.
Oh,
I believe Larry should. And since you want to play games where you need to be served, young man, then we're gonna serve you everywhere. We can make this a federal case if you want to. That is me. I know some people are saying Larry shouldn't sue, but this is what I believe firmly. Until this can be adjudicated in court and people sworn in under oath, and maybe even not even then, but hopefully that will clear up whether or not this happened when this young man was underage. I don't think anything happened when the young man was underage. I really don't. I think it's a strong possibility something happened later on when he was over the age of 18. I think he's very much still attached to and was very attracted to and was very intertwined with Larry. And maybe it's not even in a sexual manner. Maybe it's because Larry was like his father. It could be that too, but I think it was a little bit more. It's a little bit more. I think that his mother, as a mother, this is my opinion. How do you leave your child, your children, and go to another state, another town, another block, and you leave your kids to go pursue ministry? That ain't nowhere in your Bible, my Bible, or their Bible. That ain't nowhere to be seen. You can miss me with that. You did not want the responsibility of being a mother. And one thing I can tell you, and Larry, you was wrong for allowing the church to be so much in like that, you're allowing it to consume your life. Your household, your family is your first ministry and your first responsibility. And even the big, huge ministers like Benny Hinn and all that, I remember them saying, matter of fact, Benny Hinn said this on TBN, and then I heard him say this in private another time, that his biggest mistake was the fact that he sacrificed his family at the altar of the church. I'm going to let that sink in. So there's a lot of things to go around, a lot of blame to go around here, right? And that mother orphaned her children. Larry was too much over here. And to me, there's too much inappropriate, too much intertwining with everybody, all up in everybody's business and lives and all kinds of craziness. I cannot. I can't. That's how I'm feeling. We're going to answer a couple of these, okay? And then I'm going to let you give me your input. Do I think Demarion was in on it with the SHS? If that's the brother, I think maybe both of them had something happen to them. No disrespect. How do we know Lavontraye lived it? That's well documented. He lived in North Carolina, even as a child. It's well documented. Oh, Shamarko, you mean? No, Shamarko was not. No, not at all. I don't believe Larry was grooming him. I feel like if Larry was grooming him, he would have acted on it prior to him being 18. Maybe, maybe not. I think that there was a lot of inappropriate things that were said. I think that Larry is very hypersexualized in a lot of his speech. And some people are just sexual beings. But I do believe you need to curb it when you're in ministry and when you're in that position. And that's my opinion. So, I mean, that's just me. What could be slander? What I'm saying, that's my opinion. I don't think it's slander. She didn't want to be bothered with him because he was problematic. Well, my child was problematic too. I don't know. He did think he was saving souls. And I'm not saying that, listen, y'all, I'm just saying if I'm going to look at it fair and objectively, there's enough to go around. You know what I'm saying? The family was established. Absolutely. Well, it's now been made a public matter. That's unfortunately when the accuser was served by Larry. Oh, I got it. Okay, here we go. Welcome to the show. I am Human First. What happened to everybody?
I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna.
I had to turn my echo off. I'm sorry. How are
You're
you
not echoing?
Yeah, because I had to jump in the other window and close it out before I
Okay,
came
dear.
on.
Okay. All right, Sebastian, you want to give me your take on it, honey? You've been patiently waiting.
It's okay. I'm stuck in between Dr. Lisa. On this situation, I don't know who is truthful and who's not.
Mm-hmm.
Because for some reason, I kind of do believe Lavontraye, and then I also believe Larry.
Okay. Do you think
I,
it could be that something happened when he was older, or do you think that something happened when he was underage?
I don't know. I, I don't know. Like, I'm stuck. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, I know this is a tough one. This is a tough one. Could it have been sexual SH? Could it have been harassment that happened at a younger age?
It could have been harassment that happened at a younger age, and then VA happened later on.
And would that have been consensual
That's
at
the thing.
18?
That's the thing. Do we think? Because do we believe that 18 truly is the age of consent? Should 18 be the age of
Listen, I
consent?
can't go on shoulda, woulda, coulda. I got to go by the law. The law says, now, do I believe that it should be? No, not necessarily. I mean, you don't really know nothing at 18.
But you're right. The law
But
is what matters to this country.
I got to go by the law. The law says that 18 is the age of consent. In Illinois, the age of consent is 17. Just
In
so
New
y'all
York
know.
as well.
Just so y'all are aware. That's gonna come into play in a certain musician's trial very soon. But anyway,
Oh,
listen, the facts are the facts. I'm just saying that's gonna come into play. That man's fighting for his life. Anyway, and I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just saying that's the truth. That's the law.
it's the law.
So the law, not necessarily the truth. So okay, so you're split down the middle. We don't know for sure.
I don't know for sure, which is why I know your cards don't lie. Which is why I was like,
We might pull some cards in a little bit. I want to have a little conversation.
The oracle don't lie, so
we're gonna have to have a conversation.
But I'm shocked to hear that Tasha K is a Buddhist.
You're shocked to hear what?
That Tasha K is a Buddhist.
That she could do it. What do you mean?
No, that she's a Buddhist. A Buddhist.
Oh, that she's a Buddhist child. I mean, you know what I
They're
wrote down in
very
my notes?
kind-spirited. They're very kind-spirited. I don't know how someone like that could be a Buddhist.
I wrote down in my notes, get the fuck out of here. That's the literal what I wrote down. That's my comment on that. In North Carolina, the age of consent is 16.
Oh.
My.
Oh.
My. Well, this really is getting real interesting, isn't it? Maybe accuser was promiscuous. He was promiscuous. He admitted it. Anyway. Okay, I am human first. What's your take, dear? Where are we at?
Good evening. I just got off work and I haven't seen the beginning of your program, but I just wanted to, checking out all the channels to see all the feedback that's coming in surrounding this story because I was actually I actually followed this drama as it outplayed in 2021.
Okay.
Yeah, so I originally started off watching Larry Reid, and then I saw the drama between Jives and Mr. Daryl Moore and all these players come together. So I kind of know a lot of the details of what happened during that time. So when the accuser came out and of course you hear stuff this person gonna say certain stuff, whatever the case may be, but what's always really gotten or really got me is his details. He is a very detailed about the person and the events and what happened to him.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, whenever he tells this story, I don't know, it just teleports me. I see everything he describes. Either he has a very active imagination, he heard someone else's story and he's regurgitating, or he experienced it, because you just don't have that level of details about specific events that happened to you. And then on top of that, when he testified on Tasha K, he doubled down on a story by s- making certain claims that would either make him false in the statement or could be provable. Like when he stated that, which was new information for us, that Larry Reid, he said that Larry Reid used to pass him money as payment for their activities, their sexual acts that take place. That's provable. You can pull bank accounts. You can prove that type of information. He never even had to say something like that. He put the story in a position where I could either, you could prove that I'm lying by pulling bank accounts and seeing what happened. And he, he to me has always operated with a level of well, he's always operated like he's telling the truth. My question to you: if you were wrongly accused for of molestation, would you let someone continue to go to different platforms and lie on you? If you were in Larry Reid position, would you allow someone to do that to you?
But he hasn't. He did take Daryl Moore to court and did win.
No, no, no.
And
I'm talking
then
about the accuser. Would you allow the accuser to go from platform to platform, saying that you m you and you never did that? Would you allow?
he, but Larry has sued him. I just went over that. He has sued him. The lawsuit was filed. It went as far as the accuser putting in a 26-page response. And then when it came time, then in that response, though, the accuser then also said, but that he was objecting to the service or service of the lawsuit to the home in North Carolina that he had listed as his location of residence, and that upon the service processor, the process server coming to the home, the process server notes said that they asked the mama, does Lavontraye Andrews live here?
Mhm.
She said yes. They said, I have papers for him. Will you sign for them?
Okay.
She said yes. She signed the paper. She signed for the papers. She signed for the service. So
Okay.
she told the process server, which is the law enforcement officer, that he lived there. So now he might have a complete other residence over there in Georgia. I'm not doubting that because I looked him up. Like I'm a PI in my
Oh, good
private
for
life.
you. Good, good,
Okay,
good.
so I looked him up. I wanted to see all the addresses that you could find, and I found all the addresses back to October of 2008 when he would have turned 18. You can't, unless you have certain like levels of clearances, you're not going to be able to just arbitrarily find where someone lived
Mhm,
as a minor.
mhm.
Okay. So all the way up until October, I could tell you every address that man lived at from the time he was turned 18 years old in October of 2008 all the way to today, what he has listed.
Wait,
Okay.
can't you get the high schooler
Does
heads
he?
though?
I'm not going that far. I'm not. Larry ain't my man. I'm not. He ain't paying me. I ain't going that far.
Can I
Now,
go ahead?
can I answer one thing to you
Uh-huh,
though
uh-huh.
about the level of detail? I don't disagree with you in that his level of detail about the incidents is impeccable.
Mhm.
However, when someone says, I literally remember everything when there has been an emotionally impactful occurrence in my life, and then you come in 2018 and say you lived in the house at 14, 15 years old,
He
that
didn't.
didn't even exist yet.
He didn't say that. He didn't say
Yes, he
that.
did. That's on the police report that he
Okay, okay,
filed in
okay,
North Carolina.
okay. So yeah, you're correct. I apologize. So I can explain that for you. Well, I can tell you what his explanation was.
Okay, what's his explanation?
So so like when you when you are dealing with accusers and things like this, and I'll go from Larry Reid's perspective. Larry
Yep,
Reid was covering a story about I'm trying to remember the blind preacher with that with green leaf that was on
yes,
the
yes,
Dewey or whatever the case may be.
yes,
It was a lady that came forth on his platform that was claiming accusations that happened in his church.
yep,
Larry asked her, "Did you file a police report? We need you to file a police report so I can
yeah,
move forward with this event." This is what Lavontraye did. He understanding that I these events happen to me. I'm going to document this story with a police report. I don't necessarily want to move forward with this, but I am protecting myself in terms of these events that I experienced. I'm going to document what happened to me. He said he could not remember all the addresses at the time that he filed the report because they lived in so many different addresses, but he definitely remembered that one because I think that was like the latter part of his years, and he remembered um going to school there. So he gave that address by because that was the only one that he could remember, right? Like, so going back to the time that he testified on Darren Moore platform back in May, his first accounting of his of with Larry Reid, he described that he lived around the corner from Larry Reid, and he was going to visit Shamako, which is Shamako's friend or whatever. He
yep.
he called him over, and then Larry Reid took him out to the store and bought him some underwear. So that lets you know that his first encounter with Larry Reid was not even in a position where they were living in the same household. It was a place where he was living apart from Larry Reid, and he was called over, and they went out to buy some clothes. So that's how the dates that's why the dates is like that on the police report, but that was an explanation as to why it's like that, and his story his story at the time kind of corroborates that he was not living with Larry Reid at that point in time, but he does say it did happen at that place as well.
Which, if it happened at that place, he was 18.
No,
I'm
I
not
don't think
trying
it
to
was.
be funny.
he he could have
He
been
was
18.
18. He keeps saying that all of these things happened to him. First, it was 14 on Daryl Moore's channel.
And he corrected it.
Now it's 15, right? Tasha was throwing out 14, 15, and 16.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not trying to say this didn't
No,
happen to
no,
him. You
no.
have to
You.
understand me.
Mhm,
I'm saying, could it be
mhm.
that it wasn't Larry, that it was somebody else? Could it be? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe
So,
it did happen. But I just feel like there's too many. You can't tell me that you have this photographic memory,
mhm,
especially for a traumatic experience,
And don't remember
and
your
you
address.
say this out your mouth. I'm not putting words in his mouth.
uh-huh, uh-huh.
And then none of this adds up, my brother. None of it adds up. So now I got a problem. Because if had he not come out and said that,
Mhm,
had he not doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on it, I'd be like, hey, you know what? I get it, man. I can't tell you I remember the house I lived in at 4 and 5 years old because
mhm,
certain things happened then, but I can't remember every other address. But then I do remember addresses where major like domestic violence incidences happened with my parents. You know what I'm saying? Or
mhm,
something happened majorly to one of my brothers. Like those addresses I remember, the address, even down to the address. I remember my damn phone number, and I'm 54 years old, which I when I was 12.
mhm,
You see what I'm saying?
mhm.
So we gotta. It's not adding up.
So
And as far as this money is concerned, then we're going to bring Jason really quick too, because I
yeah.
want to bring Jason.
Mhm.
But as far as this money is concerned, listen, listen, I was a church. We used to pay cash to the musicians right out the offering plate. Now we'd write it down, but it was cash. Larry also said he would give him stuff for odd jobs and because he couldn't hold a job because he was too busy ripping around the streets and being, just being out the way and being out of pocket. And I understand him being out of pocket when your father and your mother leave you. I want to be very clear about that. His father and his mother left him.
Mhm. Well,
God steal for him. You know what I'm saying? So him giving him money, I gave so many people, young men, young women could probably try to lie on me. I gave so many of them money to, they might do something, clean my car out, and I gave $50. You know,
you're apparently getting big. I wanted to give you just a quick response, and then I definitely yield the mic.
okay.
You are absolutely correct in about the confusing timeline. When I watched Tasha's interview last night, I I dislike I she never established a timeline for me, and that's why I really hate dislike about her story, because I've heard the story 3 times and I don't have a sufficient timeline of when things happen. So to your credit, that is correct. Stepping away from this whole story, and I'm just being totally objective or
Mhm.
about your response. To me, I hear a lot of questioning the accuser, and I don't hear any questioning of Larry Reid, because Larry Reid has been inconsistent with his timeline. He's lied. He's fudged the story as well, and nobody is calling him out at all. It's all about the accuser. Like, the accuser is the only one who doesn't have their timeline right, and it's moving the details and shifting the details around like that. So I
That's fair. I'll say to this because I really didn't get involved in this till all of this, right? Like I really, really wouldn't, whatever. Now, last night when I heard this 4 hour, 4.5 hour timeline, that was the first time I've ever heard it really given in a good sequential order.
Yeah, that was the best. That was the kind of the best one
That was the
out of
first time I'd
uh-huh.
ever heard it. But if you weren't here earlier, I'll repeat myself for those that just came in. I do hold Larry accountable for a lot because I don't think, granted, he was a young pastor, but you should not have had all these people living in one place together.
Mhm.
You should not have even been, there should not have been conversations like this happening. There shouldn't have been discussions about people's sexuality happening. If somebody needed to get some underwear or something like that, you should have gave Sharmarco the money or somebody else the money. Like I just know I had to protect my integrity
Mhm.
at every turn. When I was walking in the office of the prophetess, I stated I feel that Larry is overly sexual in his conversation in general. But that's Larry, right? Now, that's Larry to an extent, but I'm just saying, like, for me, it's just a little bit too much. Now, if that's what you want to portray now on YouTube and as your brand, I'm cool with that because people don't necessarily have those conversations or whatnot. But when I'm hearing about all this behind closed doors, and I know people who have had those conversations behind closed doors and haven't felt very uncomfortable, that's why I cannot completely say that there were not inappropriate conversations being had with young teenage boys. But I'm having a difficult time taking it from there to harassment and assault. That's all I'm saying, because none of this this is just a little this just all this is too jointed from everybody. Susie, they did go to court, but like I said, instead of just allowing that court case to continue, from what I read from court records, there was a discussion, a dispute about jurisdiction, and that he should have been served to a Georgia address. And so the decision now has to be made. whether or not it's going to be reserved in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There we go. We'll catch up with that in a minute. I want you to stay up here. I'm human. I love it. I love this conversation. I love this conversation. Thank you so much. Jace, I'm going to welcome you to the platform and give you the microphone, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Good evening, sir.
Okay. So, first and foremost, I've had the conversation, so I know a little bit more. However, instead of focusing on the victim, let's focus on Larry.
Okay.
So, Larry, most of the time, people who grew up in the church knew that if you were a part of a mega church, 9 times out of 10, your pastor wasn't going to be there every Sunday. 90% of the time, Larry was chasing the bag in London. He wasn't there. 2, the reason why he had 2 houses that had 25, 26 people was because when he uprooted his church, he moved to a totally different city. Clearly, people were struggling, so they all stayed in the same house until they got on their feet. Then eventually people left. This young man was never really alone with Larry because Larry already knew the type of behaviors that he was doing while he wasn't in town or even in the country, that it would warrant, knowing that he already came from emotional trauma from his parents. It is alleged that something may have transpired prior to him even coming in contact with Larry. But we also have to look at the fact that if his mama knew that something like this was going on, why would you throw him to another man? That's alleged. I'm not in it. So when he got with Larry, no, he was not staying in Larry's house. He was staying in a house and sharing a room with Kendall and another young man, Larry's nephew.
Yes.
So I can just say this from a person who was sexually abused. If I ever had to be around my abuser, because it's fact for me, I'm not running to that dude. I'm not doing that. Sometimes people conflict with their sexuality growing up in the church, which I was conflicted. And the first man that will show you love, you think, oh, that's the one. He had the same type of feelings towards Larry. It was an emotional type of situation. This is the first man that's not going to leave me. This is the first man that's giving me money. This is the first man that's putting the roof over my head. He was embracing a totally different mind shift, looking at Larry as something that Larry was not even giving him. Furthermore, the whole thing of him not believing his address, I remember exactly what I wore, what address, what street, what city, what zip code I was in when my situation happened. I'm not believing that. The boy didn't think that Larry was going to come after him. Why? Because there's plenty of people who were saying stuff about Larry over the past couple of years. Some of y'all are new to his platform. I'm not. So most of the time, Larry let stuff roll off of his back. This all started when Tasha K started building her little case or trying to find some type of notoriety back in the community. This was a planned attack. She has reached out to all the pastors that Larry has talked about on his platform. They got in all cahoots with each other and helped her with this. So it goes a lot deeper than what people are assuming. Now, for those of us who really were sexually assaulted and we know, my thoughts and prayers are with you. Do I think that Larry did this? Absolutely not. Is Larry flamboyant? Yes. Is his conversations now over sexualized? Yes. But back in the day, he was a Holy Ghost, fire, baptized, preaching in tongues, casting down demons, speaking against homosexuality. So, of course, if you're in a church where a person is saying, if you believe this or you think you're gay, you're going to hell. Although I will say this, a lot of the pastors who preached that to me, I also slept with.
Come on now, you better talk about it.
Let's go ahead and be clear. And I was not the bottom. Just saying. So
come on now.
I'm saying, so in my mind, I was like, hold on. When I first heard it, I was like, oh, well, hold on now. I know some pastors that do this. And to be honest, if we really went through the churches in the United States and worldwide, probably 90% of the churches would be shut down if it ever came out that the pastor was sleeping with a dude or a female. Let's be clear. But with this particular timeline, Larry was even out of the country And everyone knows that you don't do dirt in your own house. How was Larry going to be having sexual relations with anyone in the house and there's 30 other people there? When was the house empty?
That's one thing that caught my attention when I was listening to the Patreon live last night.
Right. And then the thing about it is that every single person that was a part of the ministry back then was able to vouch for the fact that this boy was never alone with Larry. Did Larry give him $60? That's because he couldn't keep a job. We all know that. It's clear. I was a musician in the church. I got paid. The boy helped out in the church. So yeah. But can we honestly sit and say that Larry was doing something like that in a house that has multiple people in it? Furthermore, you can check his passport and see that during this whole time he was in London. I'm just going to say we need to think a little bit analytically about this. When things popped off in my own personal situation, it was no secret. I'm letting people know. Why now, after 10 years, 11 years, are you now coming up with this with a person who just got through getting into it with Larry? This is a setup. So that's my little piece of the pie. I'm going to get off of here. I love the conversation. Love you, Dr. Lisa. I will talk to you soon.
Okay, honey, I'm going to call you.
Okay.
I owe you a phone call. I'm a bad. Listen, forgive me. You can stay up here, Jace, if you would like.
I have one question for him.
Absolutely, go ahead.
What's up?
So you are saying that you are a member of the church? You grew up there?
I am not a member of Larry's church from North Carolina, but I am a member of his church now. Me and Larry have had conversations and some of his staff about me publishing their books. So that's how I got involved with Larry Reid.
So
no, we are not best friends.
So
no.
how do you know what happened back at that time?
Were you a part of the Patreon last night?
No,
Okay, so that's how we know.
So okay, so your accounting is secondhand. I'm not trying to be rude. Please don't that. I'm just trying to ask.
A number of firsthand accounts, and he also displayed actual physical receipts to back up the timeline that he was speaking on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
no,
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. No, I apologize.
No, I'm just saying he produced the receipts to back up.
He had all the receipts.
Okay, so I apologize. I didn't watch his one for I guess obvious reasons. So I don't know what he is. So I'll probably have to doing some research to find out what is. But I've seen him talk about this so many times on CTV platform. I don't know what else he could really put forth. But I was listening to Mr. Jace and the way he was saying the recounting events as well as like he was actually a part of that community, that service when Lavontraye was coming up, but I just want to clarify you weren't. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, well, I mean I understand that, and but just as you are one that has heard Lavontraye's story multiple times, then Jace is someone that sat and heard Larry's side of this multiple times, and I've seen Larry on CTV's channel, right? And he has it. He really did not go into great detail, and honestly, for me, I don't know Larry personally. I know him from a distance. I'd love to get to know him, personally, but it appeared to me that Larry, especially with how he had dealt with Tasha prior to now, he's just kind of like, yeah, whatever, like he didn't really get into it that much. And plus at that time, if I'm not mistaken, that lawsuit was still open. So there was a lot he could not say until the lawsuit, until Daryl Moore's lawsuit was adjudicated. And then the lawsuit against Lavontraye that then again was voluntarily dismissed with prejudice so that they could move jurisdiction, because Lavontraye, rather than going to court and proving his case right there in North Carolina, which I don't see why. What difference does it? Hold on. What difference does it make if you serve me at my mama house and I took the time to be sure that I had a lawyer or whomever draft a 26-page response
Hmm.
only to basically say, but we shouldn't even be talking about this here because you served me in the wrong state. Listen, I'm going to go to court no matter what. Because if you did this to me, I don't care if we're going to go to court in North Carolina, in California, in Russia, in Kenya. We're going to court.
Yes, ma'am.
This is me.
Hmm.
Okay. And like Jace, I've been assaulted. I was an adult, but I can tell you that my assault happened at 2815 West Park Avenue in Melrose Park, Illinois, in apartment 3. It was a 3-bedroom apartment in a 4 flat. Now I could tell you that. So,
and again, to your point, he couldn't talk about it because the case was still pending against Mr. Moore.
right.
So that's why it wasn't a lot of conversation.
Jace, that's not true. That's simply not true. Because I was
What's not
there.
true?
He's saying that Larry can talk about it, and Larry talked about it on Conscious TV. The videos are still up right now, so that's not true.
This is back when you were saying that he wasn't given a lot of detail or what have you. Because I remember hearing about this, that there was, I knew very cursory that there was some situation going on. And at that point, before Daryl Moore's case was adjudicated, he could not speak on it.
But he
And I
did.
clearly recall that.
The videos are still up right now on CTV's channel with him, Larry talking about it. I got the videos in my tape deck. Larry talked about this situation on CTV's panel few times. That's what we learned about him when the accuser testified about Larry taking him shopping or whatever. Larry had came behind that and he explained that situation on CTV's panel. Yeah, I took the dude out shopping or whatever the case may be. This is what I do for everyone, whatever the case, who's in my church.
And that's been consistent. He said that on numerous occasions.
But
With people who
you
can
guys.
prove it.
Okay. But see, you guys are saying that Larry never talked about this when he was in the lawsuit. But I just want to be clarified.
Okay. So no, my statement was, and so let me re-clarify.
Okay.
My statement was that he did not talk about it in as much detail as he spoke about it last night for 4.5 hours.
Okay, that's true.
Okay,
Possibly.
that's what I'm saying. I know he discussed it, but he did not discuss it at as great of a length as he did last night for 4.5 hours on his Patreon.
Miss Heart of Inspiration.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention too, and that you have someone else on your panel.
Yeah.
The North Carolina situation. You were telling me that you could find any address that Lavontraye stayed in. You can look at all his address, right?
From the time he was 18 forward.
Okay. Did you show that he lived in North Carolina as of recently?
No, I do show in the last few years his listed address is in Georgia.
Okay. So the reason why I say that only because on April 21st of 2021, Larry Reid filed a cease and desist against accuser number 1. Going back to April, let's take everyone back to 2021 when Daryl Moore was telling everyone, I got this interview with this accuser. He's coming. He was teasing us from March all the way to April. And before Daryl can even interview the boy, Larry Reid found his address in Atlanta. And he served him with a cease and desist letter. So Larry was able to find his address in Atlanta and serve him with the cease and desist letter. And he interrupted the interview and he came on Daryl Moore and explained that I can't interview at this point in time because I have to handle the cease and desist letter. I have to get a lawyer. He defied the cease and desist letter and he came back on Daryl Moore's platform in May of 2021 and still gave his story, defied the cease and desist letter. So I just wanted to I find it funny that Larry could find it back in 2021 to serve him the cease and desist letter, and he can do it the same thing in 2023 So that's
My
what's
understanding
possible.
from court documents, I can explain that because I did actually pull that up. My understanding from court documents is this: he attempted to service him in Georgia as well, and then had another address, had the mother's address as well. So
Okay.
there was attempts made. This is according to the court. There was attempts made to serve him there. Through the grapevine, don't know how, but then the attempt then was made to serve him in North Carolina at his mother's home. And this is when his mother said
Okay.
he lived there.
And that's
That
in the
that
court
is
doc.
documented.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
Good. Good. Good.
Yeah, I don't come, and I'm not trying to be funny or nothing,
Mhm.
y'all. People know when they come over here, I don't come unless I done read it myself. Like I just don't go by what other people say. I gotta double check. That's why it took me so long to get here on here to talk about this. Because I likes to read for myself.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And I know people can be reading stuff, but people will still read what they want to read online. And I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't even sound right. So let me go and see what the court documents. I don't just go by what the filings are. I literally go and look at, oh, this the service, this the minute order, this the this. Like I'm literally gonna go and I'm gonna start taking my paralegal this year just because I love it. So that's that's one of my my little pet
Passions.
and so when I read through that myself, I said, well, he's not telling the story. And yes, Tasha did interview him at his mama's house. All three parts of this interview happened at his mother's house in North Carolina.
Yep.
Take that as you will. I'm not saying, listen to me. Do I personally believe that something happened between Larry and Lavontraye as a teenager? No. Do I think that it's a possibility that something may have happened at over 18? I think it's possible. I'd be lying if I didn't think that it was possible. But that doesn't make him a child M-word, right? That's what we have to be extremely, to me, careful with, because too many people have lost everything as a result of an accusation that was then later on disproven. I don't think Larry's a saint. And I don't think Larry will tell you he's a saint. I'm just putting all these facts out here and piecing the timeline from everybody's story. That's all I'm doing here. And I do believe something happened to him. I really do, to Lavontraye. I think a lot of things happened to him. And I feel terrible about that. And there's something there. There's something there. I just don't know that it's Larry. I don't know. GM, Prim, thank you for your patience and welcome to the platform.
No problem. Can you hear me clearly? I wanted to make
Yes,
sure.
I can. Y'all got some good microphones going on tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is actually Gary, but I go by GM because it just sounded better.
Okay.
I'm actually here in New York, on Long Island in actuality. Now, why this becomes important is just like, I believe his name was Chase, born and raised in the church, musician in the church. My whole family are preachers. I'm a pastor. All my siblings are pastors and singers and musicians. Why does this become important? Because the Bible declares, don't let your good be evil spoken of. Now put a pin in that. Because do I personally believe, or should I say this? Do I personally know if something happened between this young man and Larry? None of us can honestly say whether we know, because we weren't there. Do I believe that something happened? I do not believe that it did. That's just my personal feelings, because unfortunately, at a young age, and I don't talk about this often, I was assaulted.
Mhm.
Um, got delivered from it, from the emotional healing part, and all that type of stuff went on. I have a wonderful wife and three wonderful children, and we just had our first grandbaby. Um, and
Congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, it should be 4 months on the
Oh my
19th.
God, it's beautiful.
Uh, yeah, so pastoring a great new ministry. Why is this? Why am I saying all this? I'm saying this because I made mention of being from New York. There is a New York connection in all of this. We cannot get so caught up in trying to say whether Larry did it or didn't do it without bringing into the conversation that the reason that there is any concern over the validity of the story would be because this young man has decided to connect his story to a group of people who have decided that they don't like Larry. Now, we cannot just leave it as a blanket statement like they just don't like him, because that would be unfair. Like Brother Chase and others, I've been following this for a couple of years, uh, even when Mr. Moore was actually a fluent LRLer.
Mhm.
And I remember the day when um, Mr. Moore got offended with Larry, because he
Mhm.
talks about it when he felt like Larry, uh, basically, can I say it like this, didn't let him into his crowd. Can I say it like that?
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
And from there, he began to go on a campaign. Um, and he did not just jump right out with a campaign to go at Larry. He did it somewhat strategically. He began to kind of start a little fire. Um, and that fire was actually started, for those who really was following it. It started when Mr. Moore had an issue with King Jives, and also, if you remember,
Mhm.
an issue with what's the other blogger from Atlanta, Sir William, because there was a point to where uh, he first came to the scene by offering, as he called it, an open letter to Sir William, sitting on that brown chair. Some of you might
Mhm.
remember it. At that time, Sir William was having somewhat of a beef with Larry. Um, and he connected to a certain extent with Sir William, with the attempt to use Sir William to go after Larry. When that didn't work, he connected with a fight against King Jives. But when he came in at King Jives, he came at King Jives saying, I'll protect you. Because he kept saying, anybody go after Jives, he's my little brother. I'm going to protect King Jives, da 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 da. When Jives and Mr. Moore fell out, all of a sudden he started a campaign against King Jives. Now you got to put a pin in all this because it's going to make sense in a moment.
You know what? Beloved, just wait 1 second.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna say this. No, this is very, but I'm just gonna say this. Can y'all church folk, especially y'all men church folk, not none of y'all here, because they ain't got nothing to do with y'all here.
Mm-hmm.
But can these grown men church folk please figure out how not to act like they accuse us women of acting?
catty and
Catty, infantile. I would now. I'm trying to be nice to everybody and
well,
trying to be
Sam,
respectful. 'Cause I would use the
yeah,
B word, but that's how they
mhm.
acting.
And I'm so glad you said that because that becomes important in this whole thing.
Okay, come on with it, baby. Come on,
So
let's hear it. Cause I
so
don't know none of
quickly,
this. I've been out to church. I don't know none of this
yes,
mess. This is crazy.
this is foolishness. So
Absolutely.
when he couldn't connect with Jives and all that, all of a sudden Jives started having this unfortunate situation with Larry. He
Mm,
went back to Jives with the attempt to have another mouthpiece to fight against Larry. Jives got out of it, him and Larry patched up, whatever, and then moved on.
mm,
Then the fight was just with, well, the argument was online just between more consistently every day going after Larry Reid. Every day, several times a day, coming up with stuff, whether it was true or false, just building his platform off for stories about Larry and the church, just
mm,
consistently. Now,
mm,
it got to a point where we know where most people came into the scene with them. Larry took him to court,
mm.
dealt with that, and you all of a sudden you didn't hear no more from Moore and Larry. You didn't hear no more out of their mouths.
Mm-hmm.
Enter July of last year.
Mm-hmm.
The situation happens in Brooklyn
With
with
blackhead.
Blackhead. Y'all so funny. with Lamar Peelhead, whatever you want to call him. Uh, into that situation,
Right.
and um uh, uh,
And
uh,
Larry
uh,
got on and did the IG with
Larry
what's her
did the
name?
thing with the young lady. They did
Yeah.
that whole
Genesis,
thing
Genesis.
Genesis. Thank you.
with Genesis. They did that whole thing. People laughed, ha ha ha, and the statement that I just made, people laughed. This is
Yeah.
why that becomes important. When people laughed, it injured Whitehead's ego,
Right.
and he went after Larry because he felt like Larry. See, remember, Larry's platform was so big that he felt like Larry saying something negative, according to him, was bad. And then people started saying that he set the whole thing up and da 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 da. That Whitehead set the whole thing up. And because people said it attached to Larry, Larry never said
Nope, he never
that.
did.
He never said that he set the whole thing up. In fact, Larry apologized to him for even getting on the floor because he said it was insensitive to do it so soon after it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you get all that into this whole buzz thing, and now you have an injured person whose ego has been deflated, and now he's out to get Larry by any means necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Now, bring in Jives. He sees that Larry and Jives are online, they're friends, they're social. And he makes that connect through CTV, through the dude
Right.
Conscious.
Right.
He immediately in his head believed that that Jives and Larry were now working together. He didn't have any proof of it, but he he was really trying to get at Larry. So now you have this man who's angry, he's hurt, he's bitter, he feels like everybody is laughing at him. He feels like everybody is walking away from. At this time, Mayor Adams has walked away from him, and all this other stuff is going on, and he feels like nobody is supporting him.
Right.
Being a pastor here in New York, we kind of know certain things. there was leaders in New York when it was a small fire who told him, chill, it'll die down and it will go away. He felt like he needed to prove that he was not a punk because the word was used, oh, he got punked. So he felt like he needed to prove that he wasn't punked. So while they're telling him to let it go, he's pumping it. And he didn't realize that the more you talk, it keeps the fire burning and it causes people in general to go dig up information about you. They kept telling him, let it go. He kept talking, caused more people to go dig up other stuff about him and more stuff. So now bring it to today. You have this whole debauchery. Pause. Remember, Larry and Tasha K had a falling out of some sort a couple of months ago.
Absolutely, they did. Yep.
So now what Whitehead did, he reached out to Tasha to bring her in as a part of his coalition. He reached out to Moore to get information because remember, Moore can't talk about anything concerning Larry.
Right.
But Moore can give him information. So now Moore feels finally somebody can say what I can't say. So he's feeding him all of this nonsense. And then you got Tasha who's angry at Larry. And so Tasha's like, I'm losing money from the thing with Cardi B. So if you follow it, you see how you have angry,
Absolutely.
bitter people
Right.
who have come together.
Right.
And what they're not figuring out is that it's exposing them to the public view. What Whitehead is not going to get until it blows up, and I mean no disrespect, but Tasha is only using him to get more clicks and views. And as soon as the feds come and get him, there will be no love for him. Now bring this new young man, and I'm done. When the new young man comes in, for whatever reason, Moore probably said to Whitehead, I got this one accuser, because remember the other two, you don't hear from them.
No, they
This,
dropped out.
this one guy, Moore probably said, reach out to him. They gave him a little envelope. He began to talk. Tasha probably gets wind that this kid is willing to talk. Interview gets set up. Now this whole story becomes rehashed that had already been told, and in many ways, there had been holes punched in the story before it got to where it is now. You see, during the time when they was going to have to deal with this court case with Moore. Remember, with that whole court case over in Cleveland, I think, over in that area with the Moore case. This young man was a part of that. So you pull all this together, you have this young dude who probably needed some extra pennies. He was promised by Whitehead, because Whitehead even said it, I'm paying for his attorney fees if anything goes down. In fact, I'm taking care of it. He has my attorney backing him. But what's not being told, if you read closely, that attorney from New York, he's been disbarred. Okay,
correct.
So that's done. That's done
Right.
and over with. So who's going to be left exposed? It's going to be this young dude who has been promised the world, but not looking at the fact that you can have the world as long as my platform doesn't get injured. If it looks like my platform is going to be injured by you, I'm dropping you off in the nearest river. And that's going to be the same report from Whitehead, from Tasha K.
Yes. And so thank you for, I did not know any, I listen, I don't.
And I don't normally talk about this stuff.
No, that's okay, honey.
Just
Listen, that's just too much. That's just too much monkey mess for me. This is ridiculous. For grown people to be acting like this is absolutely ridiculous. Now, but that's the church for you, and I'm not going to comment on that. People have heard me comment. I'll say that another time. But this is what I will say, and I see, and everyone's entitled to their opinions, but this is what I am going to say here. I think that the other thing we have to remember is that this is not just about whether or not Larry poked fun at the good bishop in Brooklyn, which, if you all have continued to follow the story, when 2 of the 3 men that did commit the alleged robbery, they are cooperating with the federal investigators. So
Yes.
it's still to come out whether or not that was an actual robbery or it was staged. I don't know. All I'm just saying is people are talking. Okay. I don't want to go too far into all of that because there's other stuff about the spiritual wife leaving and all this kind of stuff. I will say this though. Tasha K and him fell out not just over the Olga situation. Had to be what she got embarrassed, whatever. Olga didn't want to tell her, whatever. It was because he did not give her the investment into her production company when she wanted it back in the summertime, late summer, early fall. This is when all of a sudden now these audio tapes, these audio recordings of conversations and all this and these IMs and DMs and all this came out that were between the 2 of them. I don't think that Larry thought that she would do to him what she's done to others. I really don't. Just from what he said and how he's acted. I think, hindsight for me, I would have told him the story. I'm sure all y'all, if y'all sat in church, you've heard the story told 1,000 ways. The injured snake, somebody takes the injured snake in and heals the snake up. And then the snake turns around and bites them. And as they're dying, why did you bite me? And the snake says, you knew I was a snake when you picked me up. So you might think that you're helping and you're in that corner and you're trying to build somebody up and whatever. That's cool. I get it because that's part of what I do. But what I'm going to tell you, what the truth is that if I see how you behave in other ways, I am not going to be blind enough to think that you ain't going to bite me too. Okay. So too trusting, no boundaries, whatever. And there's a lot of areas, and we've already had that discussion here, where I think that there needs to be more boundaries. But Larry can run his situation how he wants to run it. That's not my ministry. That's not whatever. I just believe that it's for her. This is also a way for her to now gain another whole audience. If half of what you're saying goes on with this, what all these church folk and this church gossip and so-and-so saying this and people coming out and jumping out the window and saying, that's good money over there. Can we just be real? That's good money. Okay? That's good money. I don't begrudge the man anything for believing in somebody and wanting to see the good in them. I really don't. But her reason for this is not altruistic. And if you watched her 2.5 hour part 1, you knew that. She spent more time talking about Larry and trying to discredit him than she did actually interviewing this young man and getting all of his story out. Period. I'm watching this going, this isn't an interview. This is a kiki and a cackle and that's not what this is. This is how much dirt. And did you know this? And did you know that? And let me tell you, he did this. Lady, I didn't come here to listen to this. I didn't pay $12 to hear this. I paid $12 for you to find out, for me to hear what the hell went on. And I want to see a receipt because you said you had irrefutable proof. Where is it? I want the irrefutable proof. And it better be dated when he was 14, 15, or 16. It better not be dated when he was 18. And it better not be no text about, well, I hate things went down like the way they did. And from 2017 when he shut down his ministry, because that can mean a myriad of things. When you shut down a ministry, most of y'all don't know what that is like as the one that's running that ministry, or you shut down a business or anything. When you have people that are working for you and that are dependent upon you and their livelihood, that's a big thing. That weighs on your heart because you're responsible. I have a business and I have 6 people that work for me. If I were to have to shut Heart of Inspiration down, that would be a hurting thing. Now I won't. Universe, I ain't putting that out there now. That ain't it. No, we thriving. All right. We thriving. Okay. We're growing to 7 figures this year. That's what we doing over here. But it's a big thing. I've had to shut businesses down. I've been a part of ministries that shut down. So I don't want to see nothing, because that don't mean nothing to me. That means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, really quick. Thank you for your graciousness. Like you being a leader, being a pastor, being a husband, being a father, I know what it is to have to make decisions to shut a ministry down. That is, it's heavy, like you said. But you know what bothers me more than anything is the way that as a society, as human beings, how we have allowed technology to actually change the way that we interact just as human beings. Watch this. There was a time that an actual fight, whether it was verbal or whatever, it was harsh. It was all of that, right? But think about what people consider being tough now on the internet, and people get scared about it.
Yeah.
We have fallen so far in our intellect that people will get offended if someone says, I will block you. Think about what I just said. People will become emotionally distraught if someone says, I will block you. It is, we've fallen so far into this whole internet thing that we've made it a reality that someone can literally say, I'll slap you, I'll go after your family, and da 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 da. But what's worse than all of that is if someone says, I'll block you.
Yep.
Something is wrong with us.
Something's also wrong with us when we would rather just listen to what somebody else says in 30-second, 60-second, 15-second snippets rather than actually going and researching and listening and reading entire articles or having logical, critical thinking as I'm reading something. Is this coming as a result of a slant? Is this coming because of somebody's bias? Or we're too, or y'all don't get mad at me. Or we're too, we don't recognize that almost everything everyone comes forward with that we think are actual reporters or whatever, that they are coming at it with a bias. There's very few people. I tried to today, and I hope that I did. I hope I was able to present both sides just factually and then give my opinion. This is what I heard from here. This is what I heard from here. These are the dates. These are the court documents I read. This is this. This is that. And then I gave you my opinion, very clearly my opinion. But here, and whether it's a YouTuber or we're watching it on the news or we're watching it on wherever we're seeing we're consuming our news. We read these things or we see these things or we watch these videos and we take them as fact. And then later on, when the real facts come out, we don't see that. We don't pay attention to it. We don't think that it's true. We just want to say, well, that's a big bold-faced lie. We don't use critical thinking anymore. And that's a shame. I don't know if any of y'all have ever seen that movie Idiocracy. It's old. Go watch it because that's what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what we're becoming. Now,
it's scary.
It's scary. Now, to bring it back to this, like I said, y'all, I have since Sunday, I have probably consumed 14 to 16 hours of content at least on this subject.
Where'd you shop?
At least.
Where'd you shop? What channels were you checking out?
I paid for the
Tasha.
For the TK Live interview. I watched Larry. That's 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Larry's was 4.5. What's that? 9. CTV was live a few times. So what's that? Another 4 or 5 hours at least, right there. So now I'm up to 13. Wiley was live.
Oh yeah.
I didn't mean to say him. That was another 4 hours. So that's 17. I watched Armon, the Armon Wiggins Show. So that's another 18 and a half. And then I think I caught a little bit of Scotty by Nature, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So, okay, we're going to up this to 20. 20 hours I've spent. Okay. And I've pieced all this together. I'm telling you, the timelines don't add up for me. I'm sorry. They just don't.
Well,
they just don't add up.
Well, here's the thing. If you, I agree. It's difficult for you to be in your position and to try to piece together events that happen sometimes, especially when a lot of the materials is moved from the system. A lot of information, that develop on Tara Moore's platform, and in each case, and going back to a comment that you guys kind of made, you kind of, or Mr. Gary or GM made, you question the sources or the people who are presenting the accuser as Daryl Moore, Whitehead, and Tasha K. You guys are absolutely correct. These people were at odds with Larry, and they had animus towards him. So from that vantage point, we could certainly it kind of may reflect bad on the accuser and his motive. But I would say let's keep in mind the accuser accused him back in 2009, according to Larry's platform, Larry's voice. The accuser accused him again in the evidence that you're going to see Tasha present. The receipts that she's going to present is actually text messages where he accused him via text message. Larry does not deny the accusations when the accuser says him, and that's the evidence that she's going to present. The accuser filed a police report. All these events took place well before there was a Daryl Moore, there was a Tasha K, there was a Whitehead. It's not like these happenings or these events were created afterwards. We can't take away what he's done or the things that he's put forth in terms of condemning Larry Reid. So although I do agree that all these sources are flawed and they're questionable and they did not manage this story in the best of light. They use this story to resolve personal differences with Larry Reid, as opposed to letting the story of the accuser shine. And that's one of the biggest angst that I had with the
Yeah,
But can I?
get,
But I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I'm sorry.
just 1 second, because you mentioned
Yes.
2009. I watched the part one. He said he did not start. This was his words. Y'all remember my notes? He said 2017 is when I first started talking about what happened to me at the hands of Larry Reid. So where did 2009 come in? If he made an accusation then, because out of his own words, he said it was 2017.
He said that on Tasha K's platform,
Yes, yes, sir. I heard it. I
and
wrote it
the
down.
accuser.
Yes, sir. I wrote it down right here.
Okay, so um, Mr. Lavontraye, I have to go back and I haven't finished watching that interview and taking notes, so I have to verify, look at that. I can tell you from Larry Reid's mouth and Larry Reid's camp, they stated that Lavontraye accused Larry Reid in 2009.
Okay, I've never heard that. I'll have to find
But
that.
I can get you the
but
timestamp. I'll drop you the proof
Okay, that'd be
behind it.
wonderful.
but
Thank you.
can I? But
Go
can
ahead.
I quickly just respond to that,
Yeah,
please? Thank you
please.
so much for your graciousness.
Mhm.
Um, I hear what you're saying, bro. Um, that he accused it, whether it was whatever year, and it seems like the sticking point that I keep hearing people say is that Larry didn't respond to it.
He
That
didn't
Larry
deny.
didn't refute it, whatever. Um, wisdom wisdom tells us that there are some things that if you always respond to everything that comes your way immediately, sometimes you can cause it to linger around longer, um, and you can cause it to become something that it doesn't necessarily need to be. Um, there are some things in life that if you just let it die, it'll do just that, just die. But if you keep adding fuel, that which was just
Mr.
uh,
Jim. Mr.
just a thought can become a real fire, because then other people start adding their
Mr. Jim.
bits and pieces to it.
Mr.
You
Jim,
understand
I
what I'm saying?
apologize. No, I understand what you're saying, but then I don't understand what you're saying because
Okay.
because I watched People's Court, and I apologize
Mhm.
for taking off a tangent. And one of the things Judge Million utilizes is text message. When someone is trying to establish debt and they say that you owe me, and your response back is not denying the claim or whatever the case may be, or you're going along with the claim, that evidence can be used against you because you're not denying the claim in text message, but you're coming forward to me today and say you're not you don't owe this money. So in the same aspect, if this man is telling you you in me and your response back is you didn't deny, he didn't deny it. I have the text messages. He didn't he said he's he didn't deny it, but he was like, I apologize for the heavens for the things I done to you that happened in our life or whatever the case may be. And he never denied the M claim. So for you to sit up here and kind of dress that up like we should gloss over that someone did not deny um M if they never did it, that does not make sense to me.
Well,
Well, I
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, no,
I
go ahead,
apologize.
sir.
Please, I apologize. Um, I hear exactly what you're saying, brother. But uh, the only way I can really explain it is, um, if I know from the inside that this person, based on the information that has come out, that this person in times past, you know what I'm saying, concerning him in the confines of the ministry, have made similar claims towards other preachers. Let me just use that term.
Who? How do
Um,
you know that? How do you know
no,
that?
no. This is something that has come out
From Larry
even,
Reid's camp. From Larry Reid's camp. And I apologize. I hate to
but even,
talk over you.
but my point is goes back to my original statement from when I first began to talk. It Whether it came from Larry Reid camp or from me or from you, the point is I wasn't there. You weren't there. So for anyone to stick a stake in and just say, well, it must be absolutely true, would be kind of setting yourself up to perhaps have to come back later, perhaps, and say, oh, I didn't see that because they had other information that we were not privy to, which is why perhaps they did not even respond. Because again, we all are talking about this from a point of uh, our own personal, we don't have any proof, but this is our own personal opinion about what we are reading and or hearing.
Right.
But because we are armed with certain pieces of information, and then we're not armed with other pieces of information, we have to be able to sit in this and go, yes, I heard that, I read that, but I also have read and heard this information over here.
Okay, Mr. Jim, have you read the text messages?
Yo, hey.
I'm sorry.
No. Let's get back to these here text messages. Where can I see them?
I can show you we can get them.
Because
drop them in the
behind. Okay, I'll get it for you right now. I'll drop it for you right now.
Drop them in the please.
Because you know what, Joe? This is the reason I made this statement in the way that I'm saying it. Is because if somebody really wants to refute any and all of this, somebody could come back and say, how can you, even though you're sending them to the host, someone could easily come back and say, well, how can you guarantee that those text messages are actually from
Mr. Jim, Mr. GM, I apologize.
You can just call me Gary, Doc. I promise you. You can just call
Mr.
me Gary.
I apologize, but you are coming off really biased towards this thing.
No, I'm really not.
Yes,
well,
you are.
Not to me.
Let me say why I say that is because you're putting things out there to question the text messages and things of that nature and how to interpret it when the text message have been presented on CTV's channel, and Larry Reid has already discussed and provided his explanation for the text messages. He's already said why he responded this way. So evidently, you probably need to get up to date on what's going on because Larry Reid has already responded to the text.
You must have missed. You must have either you missed what I said or you missed the meaning in why I responded the way that I responded. I did, even in that statement, I never ever responded as if what I was saying was truth. I simply stated it that because none of us were there, any of this information that we are reading, any of it that we are reading can always be questioned about the validity, because why? Only two people know whether it's the truth or not.
That's what I'm saying. What are you talking about? Larry has already confirmed the text message. There's no validity. The text messages are for real. Larry has already confirmed the text messages.
Okay. So this is the thing. This is how I'm like. This is what I'm like. Everybody, like I'm
I'm
trying to be
sorry.
very
I apologize.
unbiased here.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to be very unbiased. Of any, like, listen, I don't have a dog in this race, a horse in this race. I'm just giving you my perspective.
Uh-huh.
And I know some of y'all, some of y'all in the chat here, I'm just addressing the chat, might not like CTV and whatnot. Listen, I can appreciate CTV and his channel and what he does over there. I'm sure people could say the same thing about y'all. Everybody does their thing on their channels. Okay. I'm not here to. What I don't like is when I've heard other content creators literally misrepresent statements that were made on either of these videos directly from the accuser or directly from Larry. That I will not suffer. I don't like that. And I'm not going to mention that content creator's name here right now because I'm not going to give them any shine, even though, I ain't, whatever. I'm not getting them shine over here. My thing is this. So if there were text messages that were put out there on CTV's channel and Larry Reid attested to their validity, then we're going to assume that they're valid. Dog in this fight. You're right. Horse in this race, dog in this fight. I mixed up all kinds of animals. It's late, y'all, for me. It's getting to be midnight. I might turn into a darn pumpkin. The time, we were talking about the timelines have been changing. Okay. So that's what this is the other thing. Larry has not, on his Patreon, and I saw and heard it with my own 2 eyes and 2 ears. He said more than once he did not do this to the accuser. He addressed it right then and there. A lot of people have said that he should have addressed it on his channel openly earlier and all this stuff. Maybe so. I personally would have. But that's me. I can't tell a grown person what to do. Okay? Now, I do have, let's see what we got in the chat here at 11:48. Okay. I've got the link here. I am human. Thank you. And I'm going to find this and we're going to go to 11:48. So let me.
You know what?
Yes, dear. Can I not produce this?
You have every right. If you want to hear, so what you're going to hear is Marcellus explain. This is a video when. So the what you're going to see is when the text message was first presented to us back in 421. So it's Marcellus narrating it. So he's going to read the text message, he's going to stop, and he's going to read the text message, and he's going to stop. So I don't know if you want to hear him narrate it, which is going to make the read like 20 minutes. But if you want to hear it, just someone read it through for you, I can get you another clip.
Okay, hold on a second. Gary, you're backstage. Okay. There you go, dear. I didn't know if you wanted your camera was on.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
right.
I'm a go. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead, dear.
Yeah, I'm a go because I have a procedure to be done first thing in the morning. But
oh my goodness. Again, prayers for you.
Thank you so much. And to my dear brother, I am human first. I know we never formally met, but man, I appreciate you, brother. And like our host said, neither one of us or any of us have a dog in the fight. I'm just simply saying that I'm not biased in the way that you might think I am. However, being a pastor presently, I understand how, and I think I heard someone say earlier, some of the things that even Brother Reid may say now, I wouldn't say, I wouldn't do. I personally would not have opened up my home in that manner or had homes in that manner. But we're still talking about many years, over 20, I guess, many years ago. So times are different then than it is now. I'm just simply saying this, that I think we have to be careful in all these situations, that even as we listen to the information, that we listen to it from the perspective of we're on the outside looking in, and that we never really have the full scope of all the information, because everybody's going to put um, only bits and pieces while they're trying to get the truth of, of their story out. So we have to be careful. From my personal opinion, I've seen friendships break up over a disagreement about a story that's on social media, because it's somebody's opinion about the situation. So um if I see you online again, brother, I appreciate your heart, man. I appreciate what you bring into the conversation, and nothing personal. We're just having a really good conversation, bro.
Thank you, and I apologize for my
No,
animated
you
voice.
good, man. You good, Doc.
Sorry.
Feel good. Blessings to you, man. And to Heart of Inspiration, we've been on another platform. I've heard of you be before. I forgot which one it was, but I've heard of your show, and I'm following you now. I'm connected to you, and hopefully we can run into each other again on these social media streets. And I'll definitely be following you even more from this night forward.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm sure. Like, I try to get on here more often, y'all, but I be busy over here. I'm over here building an empire, and I'm getting ready to go on a cruise, y'all, in another week and a
Listen,
half. I'm
working,
excited. So,
working.
but yes, we will definitely be out here a little bit more, and I'm hoping to I want to bring people together. I want this to be the peaceful space. And people that have followed me before know we can have conversations like this,
Right.
but everybody feels respected.
Mhm.
And that's
Exactly.
what I love. That's what I've always wanted to do, is I want us to be able to have our conversations openly about everything, about religion, about spirituality, about these kinds of things that are happening in the culture, because it's important for us to have them, and for us to be able to have intelligent, thoughtful conversations, right? So that we can all learn and we can all come together in unity.
You
Okay.
got it.
Mhm.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Blessings
and
to
Good
you.
night.
blessings to you. I'll be praying for you.
Thank you so much. Bye
You're
bye.
welcome, dear. Okay, now, sir,
Mhm.
Mr. I am first. I am human first. Baby, they telling me in the chat that you a personal friend, which doesn't bother me.
I'm a
Okay.
personal friend of who?
Daryl, or Mr. Moore and whatnot.
Yes.
Okay. So
Y-
now they're also saying that there's timestamps on um CTV as well. So this is what I'm going to do to be fair. If y'all can humor me, I'm going to play. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't have a fair use banner, y'all.
Well, you got the one I give you. You have me here. It's my video, so
Oh
I
yeah,
give you. I give
I'm
you
fine
permission.
because it's you, and I know Conscious, and so I guess I'm here. I'm seeing here. I mean, I know Conscious. Y'all better go tell him I'm playing. Maybe I should text him and tell him I'm playing his
As
video.
long as you break it up when you're talking
He
about
ain't gonna strike me. If he strike me, I'm going down south and I'm gonna
it.
fan him. Don't play with me. He know better. I'm just gonna tell him I'm playing it. Uh, okay. So, oh, Jace, what you doing? What you doing? He ain't unmuted yet. Show the text messages on your video. Okay. All right. Now, and I'm not victim shaming. Okay. Here we go, guys. GM presented a timeline that appears to be facts, or at least could be proven or disproven. Yeah, I mean, that timeline of all the tomfoolery and effery that was going on behind the scenes with all these passes. Ridiculous. I know he won't strike me. I'd be laughing at him. I'm just kidding. I know he won't. 58. Okay, so I got a couple of different ones. Oh, payment for his. Oh, oh, he answered that one. He answered that one. All right, here we go. So what I'm going to do, to be fair, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show both. I'm going to show both what I Am Human has, and then I'm going to find the timestamp in Consciousness, and I'm going to find that. I am under the impression that the one from Conscious is probably, is it the one from,
I can't remember where
I got it, honey. Is it the one from,
he did a couple of times. They did it recently, I think, again.
there was one that was streamed 10 hours ago, guys. Is that the one that was streamed early today? The facts video. Yep, that's what I'm looking at. Okay, I got the right one.
Okay.
Where'd Jace go? Now he left. Okay, thank you, baby girl. Thank you, darling. So I'm gonna read the copyright disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. I don't know what this falls underneath, but it's got to fall underneath one of them. All right, here we go. Had current comment. Okay, so what this first video is going to be, y'all. Jace, are you here, darling? You back with me? Okay, well, he'll come on. Here we go. I'm gonna present the one from that I Am Human has first. I'm not gonna mute it and not play the audio though, beloved, if that's okay. I just want to kind of show the text message. Is that all right? Or is that gonna be?
You can do it. You can do that.
Okay. All right, let me make sure what we got going on the sharing tab. Let me see how this is looking. Okay, y'all can see it. All right, here we go. So this, go ahead, dear. Tell us what we're looking at.
That's dated July 14th, 2017. So this is a 2017 communication with the accuser and Larry Reid. Now, the date you see up there is March 25th of 6/21. That's when the accuser forwarded to Daryl Moore. Okay, so he, on March 25th of 2021, that's when he sent the text message over to Daryl Moore, and these are the 2017 text messages that you are looking at.
So let me ask you a question before. Hold on, yeah. Don't listen. Is this part of what Daryl Moore was told to take down? I'm not trying to be funny here, but I'm also not trying to
get stricken.
I'm not worried about Larry striking me. This is my concern. Is if in the court of law, this was already deemed as defamatory information, then I'm not playing it. I'm just going to be honest with you right now.
The term determined as defamatory, they're reading text messages, which is the same thing that CTV did and Tasha is going to do on when she gets around to it. So now with Daryl Moore had to take down all his video. We can play his video. Daryl Moore just can't talk about Larry Reid. He had to take down his video. He was stricken. He can't speak on Larry Reid. But we can.
I feel you, but do you understand what I'm saying here? Do you get where I'm coming from? Is that if?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna put it to you like this. So you know Tasha lost $4.something million to Cardi B, right? Because she was running around here talking about Cardi had all kinds of STDs and all this, that, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. Yes, she had to take down all of her stuff. But technically, anybody that is repeating defamatory information, that anything that has been deemed as defamatory statements can also be made a party in that defamatory, thank you,
Well,
liable.
yeah, so the way I looked at it, or the way I presented it, because I presented it on my platform, is these are a matter of court documents, federal documents, the text messages and things of that nature were discussed in that court proceeding. I feel like I'm covered in that grounds by speaking on the text messages that were talked about in those court documents. So, if you want to read them off, you can. I guess I don't know how. Oh, you can play CTV's one. If let's do that if we feel more safe.
Let's, because I already have, I mean, I
Let's
have,
CTV. Yeah,
I
that's gonna
have
be a stand.
text, I have where he said, yes, absolutely, no problem, you can play it. So, and I just want you to understand, it's not that I don't want to have both sides presented, but I have to protect my platform, and I do not want to play anything that was already deemed by the courts as defamatory. So
Well, go ahead.
that's all I'm saying.
No,
I
you're
know.
right. I respect you. This is your
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay, all right, let's go. Let's see here. This one, I must have my black ass must have fell asleep because this was 10 hours ago. I was trying to take me a nap earlier, y'all. That's what it was. I seen part of it. Okay. I'm looking for that timestamp. Y'all said it's about 58 minutes or something like that. All right, guys. Sorry about this. We're going to roll on. We're going to go to right about here. Okay, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and then we're going to share. Jace, are you like really here, sir? Do you want to unmute or? Here we go, guys. Y'all ready? Here we go. All right. This is from today's Consciouz TV live stream. And let me know if y'all can hear me. I've got my chat too.
It's preposterous that Larry think that I would say this because I'm in my feelings, but yet that's exactly what he was.
Give me some hearts in the chat if you can hear me, and let me know if it's echoing, please.
According to his own words to Larry Reid, not words that we put in his mouth, but his own motherfucking words. What are those words? Just as a slight revisit. Yeah, these words here. Why he big mad? He said it was preposterous. But according to him.
Okay, so I'm glad he took this down. So this over here, does look like it's coming from Lavontraye.
Hey, Reid, so it's clear that the convo I had with PB was misrepresented. So let me clarify. I didn't ask him why you deleted me. I told him I noticed you deleted me when I went to message you a few weeks ago. You don't owe me an explanation for anything you decide to do with your life. It's not that I was uncomfortable asking you why. I just wasn't interested. If deleting me and Ash is one of the things it takes to make your life more enjoyable, then I encourage it, honestly, if a vision was enough. But he parenthesizes, which I don't believe, the passive aggressiveness here. honestly, if it makes your life more enjoyable, but then say, I don't even believe the reason why you're cutting me the fuck off. How passive aggressive. For you to make a in the moment decision to delete me from your social media without pursuing a conversation after 10 years of relationship.
I think that's back at the top.
I'm so sorry. I muted my darn self because I didn't want it to echo. I'm gonna go back and finish reading this. Okay. And where did he wait a minute. Okay, so we got this part right. Hey, Reid. So it's clear that the convo I had with PB, which I'm not sure who that is, was
That is Shamako.
Shamarko. Got it.
Pastor Bryant.
Got it. Was misrepresented. So let me clarify. I didn't ask him why you deleted me. I told him I noticed you deleted me when I went to message you a few weeks ago. You don't owe me an explanation for anything you decided to do with your life. It's not that I was uncomfortable asking you why. I just wasn't interested. If deleting me and Ash is one of the things it takes to make your life more enjoyable, then I encourage it. Honestly, if a vision, quote unquote vision, was enough, which I don't believe, for you to make and hang on.
In the moment.
In the moment. Yeah, I needed to get here. And in the moment decision, oh, I went too far. In the moment decision to delete me from your social media without pursuing a conversation after almost 10 years of relationship history. Okay, so this is interesting. Can I just pause for a second, y'all?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just pause. Because he says in July of 2017, he says that they had almost 10 years of relationship history. 2017 minus 10 is 2007.
Making 17 or something.
Right. So that would make him 16 into 17. That's still not 15. That's still not 14. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just saying it. Okay. Cool. We got to get the math in here. Okay, here we go. We were never as close as I wanted. Wow. We were never as close as I wanted to believe all these years. Anyway, bruh, you don't owe me anything. Even your explanation for why you deleted us agrees with my logic. You were able to rationalize that a conversation needed to happen. And in response, hang on, let me get this to the right one. Damn it. And in response, where am I at? Sorry, gang. Trying to get that last little bit. I don't know if we're going to get that. Able to rationalize or having that's not the way you respond to a relationship that is of value to you. I think that's probably more than enough at this point. I'm tired of trying to figure out. So this is July 15th of 2017 at 4:45 in the morning. Oh my God. If you had email texting me at 4:45 in the morning, I'd be cussing you clean out. That's my own little aside. Okay, let's see where else we're going with this. What else do we have? 10 years. And I'm not trying to say CTV's, discussion of this isn't valuable. I'm just trying to get to where we're at and what we're saying. Is that the only text message we got? Do we have another text message?
Yes, it's more. He should keep. Does he
Does
he go? Yeah. Maybe he's not going to. Or you can read it yeah, because my one shows the same scripting.
It does? Okay.
You don't have to play it.
Oh, she got her. She got the 8.
Guys, I don't really want to hear all that. I'm trying to find some more of this text message. And I'm just scrolling through, gang, just so you can see we're still on the same text message. Okay, and so that's the only text message we have? Okay.
Because the rest is condemning. That's why. But he's covered it before. He's covered before.
So that's all that he showed? Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna scroll through here and see if there's anything else, gang. Oh, wait, here we go. Yeah, it's still the same thing. It's still the same thing. Okay, so this is something that text message, I will say, does no. According to LR, he said the accuser was born in October of 1990, October 20th or 21st of 1990, which I did validate.
Okay, so it's October 21st of 1990.
Something like that, yes.
October 20. 19. Okay, I did it wrong. October 20.
Okay, so let me ask. So, okay, so you guys want me to did you hear Larry's response to this? I am human. Did you hear his response to that earlier today?
No, I still have to catch up on all the material from today.
Listen, we heal, so we gonna play a little bit of it since Consciouz told me I could play it. All right, gang. Here we go. We're gonna listen to Larry's response as well. Here we go. Because that would only be fair for those that haven't heard it. And I'm gonna see if I can put the closed captions. I gotta tell him he gotta start putting closed captions on stuff. Here we go.
Here, speaking about the Alpha David, because for some reason there were some raggedy hoes spread the narrative that they were just confused about this Alpha David. In Lavontraye's own words, he presented a jurisdictional issue by.
Do you all mind if I speed this up to 2 times?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Oh no, that's for the audience.
Did somebody else come in here? Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna speed it up, y'all, because I know hopefully you should still be able to understand it. Okay, guys? If I'm watching over here on my thing. So if you all can't understand it, let me know. All right? And how about 1.5 times? Let's go.
Hiding that his mother doesn't have the right to receive a summons on his behalf, that he doesn't own any property in North Carolina, that he's lived in Georgia since 2015, and he presented a redacted Georgia license to the court. And so you then submitted a voluntary dismissal to the court without prejudice, so that you are able to refile in the appropriate jurisdiction. That's all I came up here to do, was to dance for y'all. That was it. But then you know how I get Holy Ghost filled. I get that ancestral fire in me. I start getting passionate about the truth. Then the rabbit hole starts opening up. Then I start going into just picking through and reminding the folk about all the craziness and all the lies that have been told so far, like the Raleigh police report that you were never investigated for, according to the court back in 2021, like the inconsistencies in his age and 3 interviews now. But then I'm pulling up the receipts after, because I'm going to show you what my process was, doctor. I'm going to show you what my little process was real quick. Okay, I'm sitting in here. I just read this. I just read the affidavit. Boom, right here in clause 2. I am 32 years of age, he lives. I read that. I said, okay. But then I go into people. I start talking about why he mad. My belief is that he's mad because you glowed up. It looks like to him, you cut him off right before you became a big deal. And why it stung Lavontraye is because it's clear from all of his Facebook posts, all of his admiration of you online, that he knew you was a big deal before you were a big deal. So the fact that you went and fully came into fruition of that big deal, and you cut him off right before you pop off and become that nigga who these niggas levels you will never be on. Yeah. He then inserts himself 2 years or so into your winning season and comes and try to salty and pepper up your glow up. So then I pulled up the text messages, because remember, he said in the interview to Unhinged, in that 2-hour boring ass interview, that it was preposterous, doctor, of you to believe that he would say something like this because he's upset that you cut him off. So I bring up his own words to you. So I bring up the text exchange. And I read it, you know, he goes through the whole conversation. He says that deleting me and Ash is one of the things it takes to make your life more enjoyable. Then I encourage it. But then he does some passive aggressive stuff and says, if a vision was enough, which I don't believe, passive aggressive. Then he goes on to say something that just polarized me, like the Black Holy Ghost froze me in place when he said the next line. He said, for you to make an in-the-moment decision to delete me from your social media without pursuing a conversation after almost 10.
Hey, Conscious. How are you, beloved? Do you want to come up? I'll drop the link for you again if you want to come up. I'm playing you at 1.5 because it's late here, baby. I don't stay up all night long like you do. That's a lie. Let me go on because clearly I'm up. Here, I'm gonna drop the link for you. Now, what we're not gonna do, well, I don't want a whole lot of hooping hollering, and we get into the facts. Oh my God. Yes, he had the wig, the boyfriend with the wig. All right, here we go. I should take us off Facebook because ain't nobody over there right now anyway. Let me take us off Facebook. No, I don't want it to. Well, I guess I don't get the option to do that. So we're just gonna. Can I stop it? All right. All right. I dropped the link. And we're going to, I'll let Conscious come up here, and then I'm in the background also, I'm reading over. Hey, Coach Leslie, how are you? We got to catch up. You back in the States? I'm reading over the other text messages on the other side, okay? So that I can see what we could play. All right? Because I'm not trying to play anything or put anything up that has been part of a lawsuit. Okay, here we go.
Years of registered history. I was gonna say, wait a minute, Conscious. Wait a minute. This nigga just established a official timeline. So the Holy Ghost said, scroll back up, Conscious, to the date of the thread. 2017. He's now 32. He'll be 33 in October of this year. In 2017, he would have been 27 years old. He just established a timeline of y'all friendship in this text thread and said, we've been in relationship.
Okay, this is what we've been. Hey, Conscious, welcome to the platform, honey. How you doing?
Hey, baby mother. I'm well. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. I'm well. So this is the thing. I've been here now. We've done a good live, y'all. I've pulled a CTV live. I've been on 3.5 hours. I have gone through, because I watched the interview on Tasha K's live, her platform. I did watch that. I watched the entirety of the 4.5 hours of the Patreon yesterday. I've watched some of you. I did not see all of this today because I was working. But I saw a lot of everything that's been going on over the last couple of days and on other platforms as well that will not be named.
Yes.
So this here, I found interesting because in this 2017 text message, he clearly says that this was a 10-year relationship, almost 10 years, which would align with what Larry said yesterday on his Patreon, that when he met him was in 2007, which would have put him at about 16, 17. And if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Larry moved into the home in question after the young man turned 17 at the end of 2007. Do I have my dates correct?
Sorta. He met Lavontraye on his 18th birthday. Lavontraye was living with Shamako Bryant, who is Larry Reid's best friend and was his assistant pastor at that time.
Correct.
They was throwing a birthday party for Lavontraye for his 18th birthday, and that's when Larry, Shamako, and his family was throwing a birthday party for Lavontraye, and that's when they were really formally introduced. So Larry likes to say 17 going on 18. Because he met him kind of right in that interim. Because at this point, there's a lot of conversations that were happening because Shamako was having a difficult time with Lavontraye. He was promiscuous, allegedly. He was stealing cars. He was driving off with cars in the middle of the night to go sleep with other women, etc. They were having a lot of disciplinary issues with him. So there had been a lot of conversation while Lavontraye had been 17 around, well, maybe as a last-ditch effort to rehabilitate Lavontraye, we need to go let him be tutored by Larry, because he always idolized Larry from afar. Always emulating Larry, always speaking about Larry. So Lavontraye's mother and the team and the church thought it was a great idea that he transitioned from Shamako's house to Larry's home.
Regardless of that, I'm not disputing or invalidating that. I'm just saying, regardless of that, the timeline still, because I have my notes. You haven't been here all night, but I've been showcasing my pages of notes that I took from the
push through notes.
I wrote notes from the 2.5 hour.
But yes, you're right. Yes,
So,
17 on 18. Yes,
the math ain't mathing. The timeline again.
Yes.
If this is 10 years, that puts us at 2007, not 2006, not 2005, when we would have been 14 and 15 years old. That's my whole thing. Now, I Am Human has been in here and he's been presenting the other side of this story, you know, and I'm presenting this as, listen, I don't have a dog in this race. I ain't, you know, horse in this, dog in a fight, horse. I keep misappropriating my animals. Anyway, I'm just going along and saying, okay, this math is not mathing. Okay. And I want us to be very clear before we state that this happened at the age that this man is saying it happened. My personal belief, and no offense, please, my personal belief is something may or may not have happened after 18. I don't know that we know. I just don't think that anything happened as a minor. Whether something did or didn't happen at 18, that's not my business. It's actually not anybody's business. I just don't think that this happened as a minor for sure. This is what I'm thinking. And this would point to that. To me, right? Because this young man would have been almost, right, close to 18.
And guess what? In this text thread, he says almost 10 years. So 10 years being the cap. So it could have been less. It could have been less than 10 years.
Correct.
Almost 10 years of relationship history is the key word here. And you're right. The emphasis is you've now done 3 interviews with 3 people who hate Larry's guts because things didn't work out with them socially. And you've told all of these people that you were 14 and 15. Now, he absolutely doubled down in the interview with Tasha K and even said for sure he
Yes,
was
he did.
14 and 15 when he began being groomed by Larry Reid.
Yes.
So it's not even a matter of
But
the math ain't mathing. He's blatantly lying. He's just lying.
what?
And that's according to his own standard. That's according to his own words. Now, I'm not here to talk to I Am Human first because he plays for the ops and he supported the doxing of Larry, of myself. He supported the menacing. He supported and endorsed the tax. He endorsed the YouTube uploader who was sued, crossing state lines and pulling up in front of Larry's home and threatening to kick his door in. So I'm not having a single conversation with this fool at all. I'm here to talk to you on your platform. He will get 0 of my time. And then
I could step down because
yes, you should do just that.
I'll just mute myself.
I'm sure you've been here long enough anyway.
I'll mute myself.
You should step down.
I'll just mute myself
because I know you don't want this work.
No, I really don't want. This is not what I.
Oh, if you could please, Hart, since he has already agreed to step down, could you just go ahead and step him down since he's being compliant with that?
I'll say
be great.
Yeah.
Because I know he does not want this work.
Why did you have me step down if you don't?
Okay, whoa, time out here. Wait, we not gonna do y'all.
Okay,
I just said this is my peaceful spot.
Okay.
Okay,
we've been having
or I can
hold on.
I'll step down.
Okay, dear. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Okay. All right.
No, that's better. The room got real fresh all of a sudden.
Conscious. My God, today. Okay, let me stop this sharing. Let's talk. Okay, so I'm glad that I did not know all of that. Can I just? Oh Lord, Reckless is here too. Y'all don't come over here with all this. Okay, I was just over reviewing some text messages that I thought potentially were part of the lawsuit that was adjudicated against Mr. Moore. So I'm probably right in that case that any of that information was part of that lawsuit, which is why I didn't show it yet. Because I'm like, I don't want to be putting out things that are defamatory. So this is the conversation we've had today, is that as I put things together, that there were discrepancies even in his conversation with her. Like, in other words, like he was saying that Lavontraye was saying that he questioned at first why Lisa and Larry were not sleeping in the same bed, but then he didn't come to live with them. That he noticed that right away. But then when I hear Larry and Lisa talking last night, at that point that he would have even been starting to come to the church, they were still together. They did not separate or divorce until much later, when Larry first really started interacting with Lavontraye. Is that accurate?
Larry was only in the home with Lavontraye and 4 other people because Larry moved Lavontraye in, Larry's 2 nephews, and the residential papa Vincent into the property. So this was a house full.
Right.
And Larry was only in the home for a month and a half when Lavontraye moved in because he went over to London to start preaching overseas. Lavontraye was actually disbarred from the home while Larry was overseas because the church had discovered an inappropriate relationship between Lavontraye and a prophetess who was 22 years of age, 23 years of age at that point. And so they kicked her out of the church and also kicked Lavontraye out of the church. That woman, who's 5 years Lavontraye's senior, is now his current wife.
Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I Am Human. Actually, Shamarco said that as well. I even said that earlier, and when I started making my commentary and everything, that Shamarko started mentoring Lavontraye at 14 to 15 whenever his mother dropped him at the church and left him there.
The church.
Okay. Left him there. Now, we've talked about this too. We've talked about all aspects of this because I feel like if the boy's father was gone and then she leaves him, that's her choice. That's her child. I'm just saying, as a mother, you left your child. Period. You orphaned your child. Now, Shamarko started mentoring him at the age of 14.
According to who?
According to Lavontraye, and actually last night I thought I understood that it was 14, 15, somewhere in that range when they first came to the church.
They did. No, they came into Lavontraye's mother came to the church in 2006 when he was 16. He wouldn't come to be introduced to Larry until 2007, going on 2008.
That's what
Larry was the last person to meet Lavontraye. He did not have a personal relationship.
Correct.
With Lavontraye when him and his mother first became members of the church in 2006. So everything that Lavontraye is saying in the interview is a lie. That's why Larry Reid had to put an entire panel together in his Patreon with members of his church, including Shamarko, his wife Latrice, who Lavontraye all lived with, etc., other church members, etc., and people who lived in the home, like his two nephews, and all these people that lived in this shared space with Lavontraye.
Got you. Bear with me one second. Miss T. Taylor, baby, this is not, in my opinion, if you're talking about his mother dropping him off at the church and leaving him, that's what that man said. He said that very clearly. I paid $12 to hear that. That's not my opinion. That's what he said. My opinion is that as a mother of three and as one that was in the ministry and traveled the country, my children were always with me. My children were never dropped off anywhere except for at their grandparents' house or at another close relative. When I went across the country preaching, my children came with me. Now, again, her choice. I'm just saying that's a fact. That's what they said. Now, that's something she gonna have to deal with, and she got to answer to her God for.
And guess what, Harvey?
I'm saying.
You ain't the only person who felt that way, because if you caught Unhinged's reaction, she jumped out of the chair too. She said, "Well, what were the circumstances that led to?"
You did.
Like, why would your mama just be giving you over? Like, she's like, and then she went into a whole diatribe about how she as a mom would never do such a thing, and then she pulled it back. So even she was like, right. Saying, what? But I do want to explain some of the dynamics. Within Larry's ministry, they did a lot of advocacy work, and Larry and Shamarko owned a lot of properties that they use as transitional homes for widowed women or women who were fleeing from domestic violence situations, women who were on the streets with their children. So at this point, this was a woman who was looking for refuge.
When she first came to them.
Yes.
And then she got called into the ministry, and then somehow that call to the ministry led her away.
Well, I don't know much about like her story. I just know that she was a woman in distress and sought refuge at Larry's Breakthrough Ministries. They took her in, and because she also was having a lot of disciplinary issues with her son, she felt like he needed masculine energy and a male figure in his life. That's why she was so eager to allow the men of the church to mentor him, because she felt like he needed that. He was not doing well in school. Once again, he was hypersexual, allegedly, and he was a pathological liar, and his mom didn't know how to correct those behavior issues.
And I can understand that. I'm not saying that. I want everybody here to understand that I'm not saying that Lavontraye didn't need male figures in his life. I'm just saying for me, and my son's the same age as my son. Yes, my son's the same age as Lavontraye. My son's 32. He was born in 1990, June. So for me, there's no way I could move away.
Well, I think if you're speaking from a woman who has any type of resource, yeah, but if you're talking about a woman who has nothing and doesn't have any foundation and is out there kind of in the wilderness of it all and looking for stability, then they're going to play to their resources for sure.
I don't know. That's not the way I understood it from Lavontraye in that regard. Now maybe that's
I'm just telling you from the perspective of everybody else. I know the lies that they're going to sell because they have to make it make sense now that it's lights, camera, action.
Yeah.
But from everybody else in the situation and the staff at that time, which is why Larry's Patreon is super significant, because it's 4 hours of 4 hours of origin story here where they line this thing up line by line.
Oh, I got you. Okay, line upon line, precept upon precept. Got you. Jessica Parker, we don't know yet if he's going to refile. That's going to be up to him, but he's going to have to again. And I know you weren't in here earlier, but I have reviewed the fact that the lawsuit that was filed in North Carolina, that his mother, Lavontraye's mother, signed for service stating that Lavontraye was living with her in North Carolina. And for those of you that before anybody jumps out the window and says, well, I just got that from CTV. No, I paid the money myself and downloaded the documents. Because as much as I might like anybody on the YouTube streets, when there's court documents to be had, I will pay the 10 cents a page to go get it. Okay. So just so before anybody jumps out the window, I read them myself. Okay. And in those court documentations in there, that's when it comes up that he's saying, well, I live here. My mother should not have signed for me. She did not have the right to. And that's when Larry asked for a voluntary withdrawal without prejudice, which means he can refile this if he so chooses. And my understanding would be then it would have to be filed in Georgia, but it was because of jurisdiction.
It's really bizarre that all of the black and white is literally sitting right out in the open. There's not even the only reason that people would be confused is willfully. There's literally not even an excuse to be confused. Like I literally just did a show earlier today and pulled up the affidavit, pulled up the docket, which anybody can find on pacer.org, can find on Court Listener. Like it's in the black and white. If people
and we talked about that earlier, how it's that when you have the opportunity to find it for yourself. That's why I like to find things for myself. I don't just take anybody's statements at face value, and so that's why I can make these comments.
I want to be clear too about it's how can I let me make sure I don't say too much, but so Lavontraye lives in North Carolina. It's just so that he happens to have a Georgia license that he was able to submit to the courts in order to create a jurisdictional conflict. Not only did his mother receive that summons on his behalf, but guess where the interview was filmed at?
His mama house.
In Raleigh, North Carolina. Where he doesn't live, baby mother.
Right.
I showed the redacted license, the Georgia redacted license that he presents to the court, and he absolutely argued in his affidavit that his mama didn't have a right to receive this. He's been living in Georgia since 2015. He doesn't own any property in North Carolina, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Larry had to motion voluntary dismissal without prejudice meaning that he's able to refile this. And even when he refiles it, he still has to get Lavontraye served. So Lavontraye can either choose to be served or he can uni pop, he can coochie pop, which is what he's going to plan to do. Lavontraye has no desire to see Larry in court. This was established even when he initially interviewed with the original YouTube uploader. He said he never wanted to see Larry in court. So here it is. He has an opportunity to see his perpetrator in court. He has an opportunity to hold his perpetrator accountable. And yet he would rather muddy the waters with jurisdictional discrepancies. And that's his plan, as long as Larry Reid is on his head, is to be avoided at all costs. So even when Larry Reid files, Lavontraye will continue to Uchi pop.
Yes, I'm sure. Well, I don't know what's going to happen with that. I want to address a couple things in the chat. Listen, guys, we're not here to decide whether or not Consciouz views Larry as perfect or not, but I can tell you he does not. But that's not what I'm here to discuss.
And I also tell them that they can suck my arm.
I have a peaceful channel.
Well, they're not too peaceful, honey. If they all if they focus on everything but the facts, focus on the facts, don't focus on you. That's the problem.
That's all we want to talk about, right, guys? So that's what I try to keep it as. So I hope y'all are okay, and whatever it is, what it is, though. Okay, let's discuss further, because I did talk about this earlier. We're still talking. Okay, let me explain how large Black churches work. Again, having been a prophetess in many, an associate pastor in many, and a youth pastor in many. The pastor, the head pastor, the bishop, the prophet, apostle, whomever's heading up that church, trust and believe they do not interact with most of the church membership. If you have a large church, there are other people underneath you that are heading up various ministries. Those are the people that interact the most on a day-to-day, week-to-week, hour-by-hour basis with the past, with them. The pastor doesn't. I can tell you, and depending upon where you're at a level in the ministry, you may or may not either. There were some churches, because I was the head youth pastor, I of course interacted with, but then there were other churches where my role was simply as the prophetess or an associate pastor. I didn't interact with most of them. I interacted with the prophetic ministry. I interacted with the women's ministry, but I did not interact day to day with the majority of the church members. And I would be at churches that had 5, 6, 7, 8, 900, 1,000 members. Okay. It is not outside the realm of possibility that he would not have interacted with this young man.
And didn't.
For 2 years.
Yeah. And Shamako and Locklear were the head youth pastors. They were the ones who dealt with the teenagers. They were the ones who dealt with the young people. They were allocated to deal with the young people in the church. Larry did not deal with the young people in the church.
There you go. Even if Larry met him at 17, it's still wrong. I'm going to tell y'all something. Again, as a youth pastor, and I know a lot of y'all just joining, over the time in the early 2000s, when I was youth pastoring like heavily, that was my main area of ministry, I can't begin to tell you how many teenage boys and girls have lived with me over the years. That if you met them today, they would still say, that's my mama. Because I helped raise them when they were having issues at home. And these were 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds. So all I can say is this, is that because the math ain't mathing right now.
And here's the thing, Hart. I just have to interject.
Go ahead, dear.
It's not about Larry's word. This is according to Lavontraye's own word. So people sitting here talking about, oh, he would have had to interact with her at 16, not according to Lavontraye's own words. 2017, makes a 27-year-old Lavontraye an
He's
almost
17.
10-year-long relationship makes him 17. So you got to take that up with Lavontraye, not with Larry, because Lavontraye actually validated Larry's side of event along with all the 50 million other people he had presented on Patreon who attended this church and worked within the staff. See, these are critical claims for people to direct toward Lavontraye.
Yeah. Now I will say this. You know me. I have to be unbiased.
And I will be.
I don't think you're a bully.
I will bully. I will bully a bully. I bully the bullies.
I will say this. There is a lot here that people are saying where there's smoke, there's fire. And what I have said before it gets back to you, and I don't care if it does or it doesn't, I'm grown, that there are some things that I believe as a prophet, as a bishop, as in this realm, that there's a lot of things that perhaps should not be said, right? A lot of sexual conversation and things like that. Now grown, but I do understand that Larry was a young pastor as well. There is going to be this kind of, but this is so detailed, right? And this is so detailed. This is so this is so that. That's why I, some of this I can say, well, did he say it and did he mean it in that way? Maybe, maybe not. Does it look bad? Yeah, if that's what was said. I just have a hard time believing that anything physical happened when Lavontraye was underage.
That's according to Lavontraye. I mean, people have to make it make sense. I was 14 and 15 for sure when I was being groomed by Larry. He recalls incidents. He recalls incidences in Walmart, conversations in Walmarts. And this is what I find funny about him switching up all of his ages in all these interviews. Is people are saying, well, it's common for an accuser to have a muddy memory. But no, not according to Lavontraye, because Lavontraye went out of his way. And if you watch this interview, you know this part of inspiration. He went out of his way to let Unhinged know that he has a absolute photographic memory, that when events are met with emotional impressions, he can recall the tone of the room, the sound of the room, the way the room was organized. He can recall every single minute detail about the moment. So no, according to Lavontraye, baby, his brain is not capable of being muddy because he has a particular gift that allows him to be precise and accurate all the time. And yet there's all these discrepancies, not to mention the boastful lying about this police report that he boasted was of an open police investigation with Larry. And then I showed that the court subpoenaed the Raleigh Police Department and found no such thing. It's the act of lying upon lying upon lying and the literal insertion of propaganda in order to sensationalize allegations with the intent to injure someone's reputation because you're mad that you're broke and alone and living with your mammy in the country bowels of North Carolina while you're watching a man's winning season. You cannot maintain sustainable housing. You're a 30-something-year-old man with a wife, and between the both of y'all can't even exist successfully together, and you're having to watch a man live in his wealth, live in his prime, live in his shine, and you insert yourself in 2021 in order to make sure that he doesn't get to completely enjoy his work. He doesn't completely get to enjoy the fruit of his labor.
So I perhaps I do think I have to wonder though because for me, Tasha's issue is the fact that Larry did not give her the money for her TV
It's
production
not that.
company.
It's not that. And that's
Oh.
another thing that's so weird. Larry Reid and Tasha K's fallout happened online. It first happened with me and Tasha. This played out on the internet.
I remember all of this.
Yeah, it didn't play out behind some
All the
back channel. It didn't behind it, like the videos are still up. So this just goes to show you that there are people forming strong opinions who don't even have any continuity and have not followed through with observing this thing by and by. Because if you have, you know, like, you're clear about it. Tasha K's not mad about money. She ain't mad about nothing. She's mad because her and I fell out on her employees' channel that they begged me to come over to one night when I was having an interview with Chocolate Earth.
Yeah, I remember.
And they were flooding my chat, telling me, CTV, Tasha wants you on Chelsea's page. I'm sitting here having to block them out of my chat, letting them know, what do y'all want me to do? Shut down my live stream with Chocolate Earth to go tend to buffoonery? I'll be there when I'm there. They wanted me to come over so that I can defend Chelsea and state that she never inserted herself in Storm and Rowe and Tasha K's beef. I get there finally and make a flippant joke about Ogre, her needing to fire Ogre, because she brings up Ogre in the conversation. And I said, oh, girl, you got more smoke for Storm than you do for Ogre, who you now owe this $4.8 million judgment to Cardi B. Right. I'm thinking it's just going to be a joke. Tasha K gets all in her flesh. She gets all in her fifis. So she starts losing her robe, honey, and becoming unhinged. And she's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why you say that about Ogre? I said, well, I said it about Ogre because, I mean, look at your case. But for one, she also dropped the ball on my mentee. My mentor ended up owing $25,000 in a litigation that she litigated for as a result of her missing a deadline. So then, because Tasha is the snake type of person she is, she held on to something that she thought was true for almost 2 years at this point, which was that Olga had paid that $25K in full because that $25K was a result of her incompetence. What she didn't know when she said that to me is that the reality was Olga had only paid a third of that $25K and had told Larry to not tell Tasha that because she didn't want to put up with Tasha K's mouth. And she didn't want to. Mm-hmm.
Okay, CTV, I get that. I remember all of that. But I also, knowing a narcissist and knowing how hurt people can be, when also that was one thing that's kicked it off. I do remember, though, it really set people upset. She was very embarrassed by all of that. She tried to say that Larry misappropriated funds. That was then brought you raised on your platform, if I remember correctly, and all of this, right? I remember all of that. Mm-hmm. And then there was the discussion about him not being willing to invest. All of these injuries back to back for her caused this thing. Caused her to want to be involved with all of this in this perfect storm. I also picked up during that conversation yesterday how long she's been talking to Lavontraye. Because there were a couple of times she was like, she was talking about this at the same time she dropped these conversations that Larry had with her about what he has done as far as with other men and so on and so forth. And then she said, remember, because I know she recorded this a while ago, I talked to you 6 weeks ago, or this was more than 6 weeks ago. I'm like, okay, so you've been planning this for a long time. And I want people to understand here, because I'm reading some of these comments, we have to focus on all of this in order to get to the bottom of the accusations. Because if we're not very clear on timelines, again, for those of you that are just joining me, I've said 5 times now, at least 6 times. I know you weren't here. This man said 3 times that I have written down in my notes that every emotionally significant occurrence in his life, he has almost a photographic memory of it. We've had other survivors of assault on here. I myself am one as well. All of us to a T can tell you exactly the address, what time, when it happened, and everything. I do believe something happened to him. I just don't.
And what Larry said happened to him was Lavontraye is a product of his previous pastor who he was abused by. The church that they were with prior, that Lavontraye was a drummer for, that he was, what Lavontraye told Larry was that he was abused by his cousin and he was abused by his previous pastor. So you fast forward to 2017, he's now in this DM exchange with Larry. He's mad at Larry because Larry cut him off, blocked him, don't want nothing to do with them. He's expressing to Larry that he's hurt, he's betrayed. How could you? Almost 10 years of friendship. Da 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 da. And then he says, "Oh, and I remember that you validated me." All Lavontraye did was swap out the previous pastor for Larry. If you have been sexually abused by anyone or multiple people, and you want to lie on someone else, all you're doing is swatching out the names, but telling your real trauma and a real event. You've just slapped somebody else's face on the event.
And that sometimes can happen. Cherry's 22. My understanding, now again, this is just I'm not like I fought, but my understanding is the other accusers have already dropped their accusations. So I'm not explaining anything away. Well, maybe you're directing that to Consciouz.
Oh, but if they're directing that to me, they can go to my platform where all those things.
So all any other accusers, my understanding is I've been kind of diving deeper into this. Everybody else has dropped off.
Yeah, there were only 2 other people, and they were Lavontraye's friends who came forward. A guy named Del Quan, who came forward shortly after Lavontraye, who also was Lavontraye's best friend in the church, who accused Larry of giving him HIV in 2014. Larry produces HIV results, which are plastered all over my platform. They're plastered all over the internet, that Larry has tested for HIV since 2014 to 2016, 2020, 2021, 2022, HIV negative. And the person who facilitated that interview never even made that person provide any receipts that they were actually, in fact, HIV positive. The interview wasn't vetted on the interviewer's part or anything. He just allowed an avatar to come up and say, Larry gave me HIV in this homosexual relationship, but provided no proof that he, in fact, was even HIV positive, and definitely didn't provide any receipts that him and Larry were in a sexual relationship. But all of Larry's HIV results test negative.
Have always come back negative and not in remission. Can we address this? I know Larry's not here, but I'm hearing that there were allegations back in 2009. I think that's what there's some on this other video that I have here. Have you all discussed this at all? I don't know anything about this.
When all this first happened, Larry came forward and said this isn't the first time Lavontraye made these accusations against him. When Larry kicked Lavontraye out of the home in 2009, he went off blasting these accusations. And the really psychotic thing about that is, when you're enraged and disappointed, this is what you say. But then you have your mother beg Larry to take you back, and then you go work for Larry for the next several years, which is why I showed all of the Facebook posts of him praising Larry, taking pictures of Larry, shouting out Larry all over social media because he was brought back into the band as a drummer. So Larry took Lavontraye back, who he already knew was emotionally disturbed, because this is what the basis of Larry's church was. They were doing real ministry. They took in hurt people. They took in people who had father fractures, mother fractures, abandonment issues, sexual trauma, because they believed they could heal these people. So a lot of really emotionally disturbed people who really needed psychiatric help were people that they were trying to cure up through giving them family and giving them Jesus. Mm-hmm. So he spewed those allegations against Larry when Larry disbarred him from the home, kicked him out of the church, and then he apologized to Larry and begged his mom to beg Larry to take him back, and then went on to work for Larry for the next 8 years, all the way up until 2017. Where Larry would finally dead their relationship.
Okay, I am in the background, Conscious. I'm reading some of these other. This is like a continuation of the text message that you showed earlier, where he's talking about that he has spent the last few years helping Larry to believe that he did not do anything to him as a teenager. And this is all still on the same July 15th of 2017. Okay. And so that's what he's saying, is that he, I've assisted in helping you believe that you did not M me as a teenager. You have probably already internalized this on some level, but never enough to apologize. So I did the work for you. I don't need it though. And so then Larry's response is, I admit that after the vision I had, I should have reached out to you, but you didn't reach out after our last communication. I figured something was up, but I waited. The dream was, I'm going to the next bit. Hang on. Where is this? The dream was confirmation of that energy, of that quote unquote energy, and now this email. That's why I elected to just delete and move on, because I felt you weren't interested in a conversation at that point. That was my, hold on, I'm just kind of moving on here. Bear with me.
Now let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
You were 27-year-old woman at this point. Are you mad at your abuser for cutting you off? Or are you running down the street naked praising God that your abuser had the nerve to actually let you go out of all things? You're not a 16-year-old.
If that had happened to me, now everybody's different, but if that had happened to me, I would not be able to be around that person. So I would not willingly come back to that person. I would not be begging my mother to send me back to that person. Now, but also, and I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit here, but also, if it is the case that I've been now left with these people, there's such a thing called Stockholm Syndrome, right? And so this could be a very funky situation, right? I'm trying to see if what Larry says in regard to, because
let me ask you this question then. Mm-hmm. So there's all this excuse making for an accuser. So if you were accused right now of the same thing, how do you prove your innocence? Since it's true that somebody can pussy pop and somebody can go back and forth and somebody can, it's reasons why a person can change their dates and da 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 da. So how do you prove your innocence now? Since it's all this context for an accuser, and there's all this excuse for why they can be all the way over here, they can be all the way over there, they can be all the way up, they can be all the way down, they can be So what do you do as Heart of
Let me
Inspiration?
tell you something. It's very difficult to prove or disprove something that cannot be proven or disproven without, there's been no kits, there's been no this, there's been no that. Um, I'm not saying Larry's in a good position at all. In fact, my statement has been and will continue to be, no matter what, unfortunately, unfortunately, there are always, even if he takes him to court, and even if he's able to get vindicated in court, there's always going to be people that are going to believe this.
And that's exactly why Larry's just like, so me suing Tasha and suing him would be really to appease his supporters or to appease even his naysayers, because Larry knows just that. And Larry is okay because everybody in that situation knows the truth, and Lavontraye has already explicitly lied several times. So at this point, the proof is just in the pudding, and the cards can fall wherever they need to fall. And this is the court of public opinion. So Larry is not a deity. He doesn't require belief in order to be successful, in order to be happy, in order to live, in order to be innocent. He doesn't require belief.
Right.
He's not a religion. So with that being said, people can believe what they want. But why sue, to your point, if the people who are already going to believe that already do, and they're going to, regardless of what the court system say, just like they're already denying paperwork. They're already not dealing with the facts. So they're sure not. And what people are is people are wounded themselves, and they're projecting their own woundedness and their own trauma onto a situation that has nothing to do with their trauma. This is one claim being made by one man against another. It's not your childhood trauma. It's not you and your abuser. It's not you and what your uncle did to you. It's not you and none of that. This is a externalized situation between one man's claim and another. And one of those men have lied explicitly several times, to the point that up till today, in the most recent lie, it just disintegrates his entire story. I don't believe that Lavontraye was molested. I believe he was secretly in love. And I believe he put a lot of emotional stake in his relationship to Larry. And Larry cut him off, sent him into narcissistic rage. And like all narcissists, he committed to a smear campaign, which is why the most lowbrow, low-down accusation was made in the same breath of, how dare you? How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you? And do not, and then see, I'm going to be nice to your supporters. Then it's people like what you just posted in that pink, that makes a false equivalency between Larry versus Lavontraye and R. Kelly, because what we absolutely have on R. Kelly is a note marriage to a teenager Leah and a sex tape involving a young girl that he urinates on. So it's also the false equivalencies. And this is why the court of public opinion is effed in this way, because the court of public opinion is idiotic. They don't deal in facts. They're all emotion. They're not logical. They're not critical. They're not intellectual. They're not any of that.
The court of public opinion, you're never gonna win. Like with some people, you're just never gonna win it. And we can look at Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. We can look at all these things. Like you could see right there. If you watch that trial, you knew that woman was lying all day, every day, twice on Sunday. But there's still people running around that are like, oh, he's an abuser. He's this, he's that. And I think I want y'all to listen. When I'm saying Stockholm Syndrome and stuff, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I like to have these conversations because I want us to start to critically think, and think from a place of neutrality rather than a place of like, immediately. I don't care which side. I want everybody to think from a place of neutrality so that you can calmly come to a conclusion right? Based on what we see. And what I see here, unfortunately, for Lavontraye is there's too many changes and holes and differences. And it's just, I mean, even on the police reports that I've seen that he has filed, it's too many things that are just off for this man to say, when I have an emotionally significant occurrence in my life, I don't forget anything. Had he never said that, I'd be like, hey, listen, it could be wild and wonky. It can't happen. You know, your memory can fail you. But then again, also, when there's this much, if it happened to the extent, those things are just burned and etched in your brain. They're burned and etched in your brain. And we've got what former pastor held accountable. I don't know if the former pastor was held accountable.
No, I believe the former pastor. I believe because when I had to cover the story back in 2021. I had to go down in Raleigh and talk to all these people. It was a lot going on for 6 months, and I want to say I believe that pastor has now transitioned.
I thought he had passed on, so we'll never know.
I think that, but I'm not sure about that. But that's what's in my mind.
I'm almost positive. I'm almost positive.
But I'm curious to know, Hart, if you were in this position, how would you prove your innocence? If you're saying, well, just look at the dates. The man is, you got to be, you didn't even ask me nothing. If you just back up what he's saying, and then somebody said, well, Hart, I mean, it's Stockholm syndrome, and Hart, I mean, you know, there's no monolithic victim. I mean, you know, it's common for accuser to, and they gave you all of that. How do you prove?
You know what I would do? I'd be going to court. Now I ain't gonna lie. I bet I said this earlier before you got here. I don't care if I had to go to court in Kenya, Africa.
And then you go, okay, so let's raise the stakes. You go to court, and y'all situation is left to a jury of human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't find, they side with the accuser. So now what you gonna do?
It is, listen, I had my day in court. I'm gonna appeal. I'm going to appeal. I'm gonna keep on fighting for my innocence. But that's just me. Listen, let me tell you something. I have people sometimes, Consciouz, that they'll get into, you know, my mentoring program and whatnot for me to teach them how to become a successful a spiritual business owner. They sign their agreement. It'll say right here what all the terms and conditions are.
Okay.
And then they'll come back a little while later, and then they'll be like, well, I don't want to be in the program anymore. Okay, well, that's fine. But what you signed said there was no refunds. It's right there, spelled out, big, bold letters. Okay, you signed it. And they'll go to their bank and claim that I've fraudulently stolen this money from them. My payment processor tells me, Miss Brewer, you do not have to do, this is not that significant. You are not a risk. It's okay. I said, no, that's my damn name. And what I will do is go to the mattress. I have appealed for my name, because if these people had asked me for the money back, I'd have gave it to them. But you gonna go in there and put something bad on my name? No. We're going to court. We're going to court. And that, but see, that's me now, y'all. That's me. And sometimes Afi is asking, why would they side with the accuser? There's juries are unpredictable, because juries are human beings that don't know you from a can of paint. And if you get some juries that are the jury that just like, man, I don't want to be here no more. I want to go home. You know, you don't know. Even with the Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez trial, there was a number of days that I was not sure how that jury was going to end up going. I'm going to be honest with you because you never know what a jury's going to do. But I will take that chance, Consciouz. I'm swearing on my daddy's ashes, I would take that chance to clear my name.
I'm going to be, for me, because I'm not somebody who, like, when I'm clear about the truth, I do not care what people believe, to the point that somebody filed a protective order against me, who I've never met a day in my life, and went to the courts and told them that I used witchcraft to kill their father. And the court, I'm assuming, granted the protective order. I never even attended, because as far as I'm concerned, baby, if that's what you need, like, if that's what you need to feel safe, baby, you do you. Like, what am I going to sit here and take time out of my life about your truth? Do what you got to do for your truth, because I just can't. So I think unless Larry sees, I mean, I don't know what Larry's going to do. I mean, he's under the consultation of strong legal presence, and they are deciding on this and deciding on that. But Larry personally does not care. Larry personally, until Larry only cares when he's actually impacted in some substantial way. And unless that's the case, Larry's able to keep on keeping on and let people stand in whatever demented reality that they need to stand in. Because one thing you don't do is really speak back to crazy. When you know that people are demented and disturbed and they have what they have in their mind,
I agree.
It's already a lost cause. You got to let them people exist and be, and give them to the good, faithful Lord.
I agree. I let them. I listen. Crazy people be coming over here all the time. Crazy people email me. Crazy people find me everywhere, and I just ignore them. However, for me, you asked me what I would do. I believe in clearing my, especially when it comes.
But you're assuming that you can, right?
Listen, some of them battles I've lost, but I tell you what, I went down swinging. You're just not gonna. I'm not going to allow you to impact my reputation, my brand, who I am. Now, if Larry doesn't feel that this is going to impact his brand and who he is, and it's not going to impact his money, listen, that's cool. If that's what everybody comes to the agreement of, then that's fine. It's right now, it's only on the internet. No one's made some lifetime situation about it and all this, that, third, the fourth, and the fifth. So it might not be.
So what actually is being entertained is suing YouTube.
You'd have a much harder time suing YouTube than you would the person making the accusations.
Not necessarily, and that's why
Go ahead.
And that's why it's plausible right now, because YouTube has particular guidelines that get broken all day. They have particular things that they stand for and stand against. They facilitate and allow certain behavior that goes against their own ethics and their own code of conduct. And YouTube has been sued 100,001 times. Just look it up. YouTube faces lawsuits every day and settle out of court every single day. YouTube is suable. YouTube is sued on a weekly, yearly basis.
Oh, I know.
And I think that that's a bigger precedent than suing a broke, bald-headed woman who already is indebted to another celebrity for $4.8 billion and had to hide her assets in Congo. And then suing a man who still lives with his mama in the basements of the North Carolina ghettos.
The reason you sue is because this is not, unless there, unless it elevates to the point of criminal, you have to sue civilly. Now, so that's unless it gets to criminal, then it, you know what I'm saying, then that's when, but in this case you have to sue civilly if you're going to sue. um I mean, YouTube gets away with a lot of what it gets away with because of it, the protection of these platforms under Section 230 of the federal code, that they are not publishers, and things like that. I personally, having read the YouTube terms and conditions, thought that after the Cardi case, I was like, she probably shouldn't have a platform. I don't wish that on anybody. But if they're going to go by their guidelines, she shouldn't have had a platform.
A lot of people shouldn't and do. A lot of people exist today who have not. But see, YouTube doesn't really care to ultimately reinforce it because, first of all, they don't have enough resources to handle the volume of content creators that are here. Now, they might can afford it, but they just have not created the necessity counter balance to take care of the influx of buffoonery that goes on in every nook and crevice. How many content creators does this platform alone hold?
Oh my God, I haven't.
Yeah, and they don't have enough customer service in place. They don't have enough systems in place to get to the nook. So what they do is they rely on people getting so fed up with the system that they're willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to hold them accountable. They know most people won't because, for one, most people don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars to wrestle with a corporation in court at that. So
it would be millions. But this is the thing, though, Conscious, and that, I mean, if that's what you know, Larry and his advisors are thinking, okay. Again, for me,
it's a plethora of things that are being considered. It's a trinity. It's a 1, 2. It's an any, many, minor, and a mo. It's all type of things that are being entertained in the background by the professionals.
Yeah, for me, I guess for me, it would be, I would be more inclined to reinstate he was going to sue him before, so I would be more inclined to reinstate.
So what are y'all going to say though when he files and the accuser continues to pussy pop in a voice process server?
Let me tell you something. If he refiles and then Lavontraye avoids service, I'll be one of the biggest, loudest, because I'll embarrass him any day of the week. Listen,
and
why you avoiding it? Go.
No.
But earlier though, but Conscious, I said this earlier. I said, regardless of where your physical residence was.
But nobody is already doing that. Nobody is already doing it, Hart. The man, I said, but nobody is already doing it. The man is already coochie popping, and nobody is even thinking that that's bizarre. The man literally was process server. His mother confirmed to the process server, and but nobody's spreading that. Nobody cares now. Nobody cares. I want y'all to get out of this romanticism because it's just not a reality. Nobody cares.
Nobody's going to care regardless. Let's just be real. So for me,
to Larry's point, exactly, which is why he can be fine with doing nothing or doing everything.
And that, again, that's Larry's choice. This ain't my fight, right? But when you ask me what I would do, that's what I would do. But that's Lisa. That's Lisa Brewer, James H. Brewer Sr.'s daughter. She's not gonna sit here and let you put nasty allegations on her name. Now, that's just how I'm built, you know, especially not that, but that's how I'm built. If Larry has you know, he's getting counsel, and I could say that now because I'm not in the position either, but you know what I'm saying? And if my counsel was saying, you need to lay low, just let this flow, just let it blow over. It's not worth it, you know, blah, 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 blah. These are your chances, and this could be a possibility. Then I guess I'd have to look at it. You know what I'm saying? I'd have to look at it. But I just
Yeah, because Larry has a platform. He doesn't need to pay the courts to have a voice. He has a Patreon, he has a YouTube, he has an Instagram. He can use his platform to say what he wants to say, to contend and clear his name. Now, that's not going to be enough for some people, though. But it's enough for Lavontraye to use a platform to incite what people would call a truth. But it's not enough for Larry to take to his platform and say it's not true, and that be equally put
I'm
in the
with
same ramp. And see, and that's the bullish. That's the bullish of it all. That's why it doesn't matter. And Larry can either do all or nothing, or he can do everything all or nothing. And it just is what it is.
Because somebody earlier said that earlier, what I felt about, I didn't get a chance to show it to you, to show it up here. What I felt about him going, Lavontraye going all over all the platforms rather than going to the police and pursuing it. I don't think that's right. But I don't think it's right either. Now, I understand from, like, sometimes there's women that, you know, are assaulted and the DA and the police tell them, we're not going to have enough physical evidence, right? Especially against celebrities to, you know, for criminals. So that's why they end up going civil. And this is what I've heard from different lawyers. But for him, then in Lavontraye's case, if you went to the police and they did nothing, why didn't you still go to the police again? Why didn't you keep pushing there? And then if that's the case, then why weren't you the one to bring the civil lawsuit against Larry like the women do against the men? You know what I'm saying? To me, if that's the case, if you have a case, let's not put it all over YouTube and Instagram and wherever and whomever is going to pay me for my interview. Now, some of y'all may think that's crass and whatever, but I guarantee you, if this was a woman saying it against your favorite, a fave celebrity or somebody, because I've heard it, so people cannot tell me they don't say it because I've heard it and I've read it. Why is she going to the blogs and the YouTube? Why is she going to social media? Why she ain't going to the police? And y'all cannot lie and say that's not what people say, because they do. So I don't think that this should be adjudicated in the public form either, but it's here, so I'm gonna talk about it because I wanted to finally come out and say something. I don't think he should be doing it either. This is the wrong place.
Okay. I just think that the same court of public opinion that's willing to call Lavontraye's truth the truth because he's using social media should know that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So Larry Reid also has access to social media that he can use to speak his truth. And
yeah,
it'll be taken the same. It'll be taken the same. Lavontraye's on social media. If Larry chooses to just talk his truth and say what he needs to say, then that's it. And that's all. And that should be good enough, since Lavontraye making a claim on the internet is good enough. Well, Larry making his rebuttal on the internet is good enough too.
Yes. I think we have to remember that we are supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And unfortunately, in the right desire to be sure that we are hearing accusers and victims, there's sometimes a rush. And I don't think if at some point he does come out on social media and address this, I hope, like you say, I hope that we all listen to that and we keep going. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if he does,
Larry already has. He already has. He did a Patreon live, and
he did the Patreon, but that was
and he also spoke to he spoke on his main platform. So just like Tasha made money off his name, how Lavontraye and Tasha made money off his name by putting the interview initially behind the paywall, Larry put the truth for everybody who knows he is hell behind the paywall. If you're gonna pay for the lie, you're gonna pay for the truth. I mean, you know, it's not rocket science. And Larry honestly is speaking back for the sake of everybody else, not even for himself. It'd be different if this was Larry's fight. Larry is comfortable with allowing a crazy man to say what he need to say and moving on with his life like he been doing this whole time. Him speaking is really for the sake of everybody else who wants to hear him speak. Larry is clear who this is because he knows Lavontraye, unlike everybody else unlike all of us. He knows what this is. He knows who this is. He knows what type of consciousness is at work here. You know what type of sickness and brokenness is at work here. Yeah. So, it's okay. Tell your truth, bruh. I hope that made you feel better to do that. And you will watch me in my Versace and watch me in my HBO specials, and you'll continue to be bitter and mad about it. And I hope you really get the closure that you actually need, because it's closed for self. Anything that Larry does will be for everybody else. Him suing Tasha will be for everybody else. Him suing Lavontraye even at this point is for everybody else. Because Larry has the capacity in himself to be fine. And also said in his Patreon, still love Lavontraye. Still love his family. I'm not mad at this man. I don't have no ego about this thing. I understand this thing. And I don't even wish him no harm. Larry don't even hate Tasha.
No, he doesn't.
Don't even hate Tasha. Didn't even do anything to hate her. Ain't no reason to hate her. He's just he's the one who's just waiting in the water. and despite the fact that, to all your points, Lavontraye wasn't the one to pursue any civil litigation. When he was asked, well, why would there be a 5-year open investigation for something you filed in 2018 and you can't even tell us any details? You don't even concerned about, you don't have any nuanced information about anything. And then for it to come out that it's a lie and that the police department had to be subpoenaed, it's just a lie. And then to have all these other explicit lies being told about his age and his experience and when he came into contact, even as a outsider looking in at this is enough for me. For me, it's enough. But that's just for me. Because the truth is playing itself out. Why should somebody have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars that Lavontraye didn't help him to make a single dime of, when he's already winning, for one? He's not experiencing any injury, for two. And he's clear about the truth, for three.
Again, now, this is my thing. You ask me, that's me. He has made that's his choice. And I understand his position. I understand why. I'm just saying, you ask me, that's me. I'm going to the mattresses. But my favorite movie is The Godfather. So we going to war. You think I was a Scorpio? We're going to war.
I think something to be considered here, Hart. Because even I'm at this place in my own life too. Larry has been in the business of the public since he's been a 17-year-old boy. He's been in the business of media, talking all the way back to MySpace days with podcasts. Since for the past 20-something years of his life, he's been in media. Larry's also well adapted at controversy. He lives this life.
Yeah.
He understands what comes with popularity. And a lot of people will say, well, what would be, why would he lie? The same reason that Janice Dickinson lied on Cosby. The same reason that Quasia Sharpton lied on Usher about giving her a STI. I mean, what do you mean? We have historical precedents of athletes being lied on and being claimed that they sexually assaulted people, only to come to find out the girl lied and the girl was bitter. We're not going to also act like people don't sit around and lie because their feelings are hurt. We're not going to sit around and also act like people don't lie because they're bitter. They don't lie because they're psychotic, or even in Quasia Sharpton's own words, I lied because I wanted to know what it felt like to be famous. After she spent DA's money facilitating a 3-week investigation entire press conferences, getting celebrity attorneys like Lisa Bloom involved,
I
only to come
remember
to find out
that it
that
was
your
all a
board,
story.
that your board behind only wanted to know what, and you were willing to accuse a man of infecting you to the point that you had green slime oozing from between your legs. The fact that you would even want that as a claim to fame is unbelievable. But that's exactly the type of world we live in, where the unbelievable happens every single day.
But there is something that, and I've heard Larry now say this, and this is how I've lived my life, is that I have boundaries. There is a level of transparency that I live and that I have, but there's a level that I don't have. And I'm very discerning, even though I'm very helpful and I'm a healer and I'm a mother to my core. But there's a level of discernment of the type of people you let in so close that you don't let foxes in your hen house. And he's learned that lesson, right? Because that can begin to shield you from these things popping up. Now, it's difficult to shield yourself from stuff that went on back in the day, right? Which is what happened to some of these people. This was back in the day. They had 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. However, he's learned this lesson, and I've heard that from him. It's the level of maturity of saying, I can't just let everybody in my life. And I can't bring people in close and just assume that they're not going to do to me what they've done to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? That's been a hard lesson I think he's learned in this time period. And I know he's used to dealing with the public eye. I mean, on a grand scale. So for him, he weathers this storm a little differently. I work very hard, and I'm very sure to not have a lot of controversy go on. But I've not lived a controversial lifestyle for a very clear reason. That's just not what I chose to do. And I'm not downing him. I'm just saying that's just what I see from the outside looking in. He's learned that lesson. He stated that he's learned that lesson about having boundaries and making sure you cannot bring everybody in here, because not everybody is meant to be here. You know what I'm saying? They're not all going to get your vision, and they all definitely not going to have your back. Because you turn around and you're going to turn back around and feel a stab right in a wound, a knife right dead in it. You know what I'm saying? So that's to me what, if anything comes out of this, for him, I'm glad. For Lavontraye,
he's never, even Lavontraye, because we've all been that person who's been mad as hell. And we think that remaining mad will bring us closure. Even for him, whatever he need closure about, he gonna have to be the one to give it to himself. Just like Larry can't sue Lavontraye enough to get the closure. Plenty of people fight, swing, and bang, and do everything they need to do, and still mad as hell because they think that their closure can come from the external. And this is why even Jesus the Lord never bothered defending his name. Let him be. And true closure is yours, not theirs.
That's true.
And that's the way, and that's the capacity that some people actually have. Now, that's unusual to most of the population because most people have egos. And they're living from their ego. And they believe in their ego. So they want to do everything in their power to protect their ego. AKA their image, AKA their surface self. And that's the way we watch most people live. So when we see other people who are fine and we see other people who are clear, it looks unusual. It almost triggers us like, nigga, is you crazy? Because it's just unusual to see, but it happens. And once again, I don't know for sure what Larry's going to do. I just know that the lawyers are lawyering, and they can come for the whole system, including all the players involved and YouTube, or they can come for Tasha and Lavontraye. The lawyers are doing what they're designed to do, which is to lawyer and figure out what's in the best interest of their client.
Yeah.
So,
and that's
who
what
knows what's to come, but what I do know is I'll be here to report to y'all what's next. I'll be here to let y'all know, baby.
Yes, sometimes if we feel someone hasn't done anything to us, we excuse their bad behavior. And listen, I've done that too myself. I've done it myself. I think Blackhead took everything too personal anyway. As well, but that's a whole don't get me started. I didn't talk about that man already. Don't get me started, because I don't believe that situation happened the way it happened. But here again, people didn't follow up to see when them boys was arrested. All of a sudden, they talking to the feds. What was they talking to the feds about? Why this was a simple state robbery. Why these two boys talking to the feds? Y'all gotta pay attention to what's going on. You gotta go below the surface to get to the truth, because people will portray whatever they want to fit the narrative they want you to believe. And you just gotta go beneath it. That's all.
And people will try to hold you hostage to your ego by continuing to talk about you. Anybody who's ever been trolled on the internet knows that people who are disgruntled will try to hold you hostage with their narrative and will project and try to bound you to interaction with them, bound you to contact with them, try to bound you and keep you minimized in this way.
Yes. Yes.
And this is the Larry Reid live troll in the most gross manifestation of the most gross manifestation, but a troll nonetheless. And it's the same principle for all trolls. Goodbye and wish you well. If you think that you're going to bound me and constrain me and frustrate me and borrow my time, let me show you how this is really done. Since you don't know any better, because you think that I'm that person, you're going to follow into further suffering as a result of thinking that you're going to get something from me that you never are. And I can commit to that, which is just committing to my happiness. That's what Larry is committed to, his happiness.
So in that regard, CTV, I will say this. There have been plenty of trolls. There have been plenty of people that have said plenty of things about me. Not to this regard, I will grant you that. But I do ignore that. I do. Because anybody, and this is what I tell people all the time when they come to work with me, when they're like, I don't know what my family's going to think about me, and now I'm starting to read tarot. I'm starting to do this. I'm starting to do that. I'm exploring African spirituality. I'm exploring Native American. I'm exploring Caribbean. I'm exploring who I am, my heritage, and my bloodlines. Can't worry about what they're going to think about you. Because they're going to talk about you. I have people talk about me all the time and call me all kinds of names and this, that, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth.
Yeah. And guess what? Guess what, Heart? Every day people inbox me and Larry about every single person that's talking. I have to sometimes mute my own subscribers because I can't tell these people how many times this is not the way I spend my energy. Now, if this is why you spend your energy, you can go be where you want to be on the internet. And if you want to sit up under disrespectful, triggering, salacious content, that's your business as a supporter. But don't do no energy transference and think you're going to sit up at that, get yourself all bound up, and then come giving me the tea and expect to live vicariously through me going live and cussing everybody out all night. Like, that's not the way this works. Yeah, like it's not the way it works. I mean, that's what the expectation is. It will never be enough for the public. They want you to destroy every single person that got something to say about you. They want you to absolutely swing and bang on every single upset, mad-ish talking individual. And I'm just like, do y'all ever think how much you're asking a person, how much negativity you're asking someone to commit to by asking them to be fixated on everybody who is spinning conspiracy? One thing that Larry is clear about, and that's my mentor, one thing that I'm becoming clear about that he's teaching me is that I'm absolutely a growing public figure. I am subjected to conspiracy. And it's fine. It's fine.
Hmm.
I'm subjected to conspiracy, and there's nothing I can do about it. And what I'm not going to do either is spend hundreds of thousands of damn dollars that my black behind is working for to deal with free 99 trolls.
Yo,
There are plenty of
that's
celebrities who have been tabloid their whole career,
right.
and they ain't spent a single dime making it clear to nobody. They have gone on with their careers and allowed their lives to be subjected and scrutinized by conspiracy.
So I'm gonna address this real quick here. We're not okay.
See, that's a troll.
My understanding.
That's a troll down there, hard. You're not gonna win. You ain't gonna win. You ain't gonna win.
I don't think anyone has said male accusers are trolls and female accusers are victims. He just gave examples of female accusers that turned out to be nothing but glory seekers, trolls, and wanted to be famous for a moment. Again, if y'all want to think, you know what, y'all see, I'm usually over here just I'm talking about the moon. I'm talking about tarot. I'm talking about creating and manifesting. I don't normally get into this, so y'all have to tell me when somebody's trolling me. I don't know. I don't be knowing everything. I'm just over here living my life.
Somebody who just asserts their own narrative. And what they want to hear, girl. They get you in conversation that we ain't even had.
But nobody is saying that here. My whole point for this live, and if you want to hear how I took everything and put the timeline together with all of I literally logically took everything and put it all together. You can rewind this later on and go on and listen to it. Again, the timelines aren't matching up with when houses were physically built or when people, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't match. These storylines aren't matching. And even in the interview itself, the timeline kept changing in the interview itself. And I did bring that up. So for me, don't tell me you have a basically photogenic memory and you're like boom, 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 and then everything keeps changing. And double down on it. I need you to be real. My memory might be foggy.
That part.
I would honor it. My memory might be foggy because I've seen that happen a lot, especially with teenage and young and child and teenage victims. I have seen that numerous times. I just want this to make sense, especially when you're putting this out there like this. That's my whole thing.
No.
Okay, good. I'm glad that it's not. So when the next celebrity is accused of SA, I hope.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why Spicy is a troll, because Spicy said CTV has defended Chris Brown and Trey Songz against allegations. They can't find a single.
Did you do that?
Yeah, I asked them the same question. Wait, who said that? Where? And that's why they can't provide a link. They can't provide a fact. They're here to troll. They're here to troll. Okay.
Thank you, CC. All right. Well, listen, y'all. I done our Consciouz TV 5-hour lab. I'm up at the ranks.
It's 2023. They better get into it, honey.
Now, y'all not gonna catch me on here like this all the time. If y'all think y'all finna catch me like this, nah.
Miss Mama, you gotta keep on keeping on, baby. You done been hazed into the fraternity and the sorority now, baby. You here 5 hours a day every time we go live, baby. We hitting that extension on this fizzle.
Let me tell you something. You know, y'all will see me once every week and a half if y'all want me to do a 5-hour live. I'm not fixing to do it.
I think you did an awesome job. I think that you were fair. Playing devil's advocate is super important in these situations. Entertaining every angle and perspective is righteous and rational. And I just hope to the viewers that they can understand your only job is not to just lead from your emotions, but allow your emotions to also be informed by the information and by the facts. Don't make this just an emotional. Don't make an emotional decision or an emotional judgment. Actually be interested in the data, be interested in the facts, and call them how you see them as you see them.
That's all I wanted to do tonight. Now, will I watch this other stuff? Baby. I'm a listen, I didn't pay my money. She better hurry and play these other two.
And you know she will, baby, because she can't afford to not pay Carter her money, honey. She got to play every lick of it. So
she gonna drag this out for the next 3 months. I ain't giving her no $36.
Oh Jesus, honey. Larry Patreon only 12, mine only 5.
No, I'm saying if she played one now, it's $12 a month.
Oh no.
Is she gonna drag this till next month for the next part 2?
I highly doubt that because it just wouldn't make sense of continuity. It'll dry up. People will be disinterested. This social media. This is the ADHD age. So I highly doubt she'll do that.
Yeah, I was missing in action. I took a lot of time off. Y'all don't understand. Let me tell y'all something. I love y'all on here. I love y'all over here. But I also have multiple businesses that I'm running. I just started I have a coaching and mentoring program. So if you're interested in starting your own spirit-based business, some of the people that are here right now are my students and have participated in some of the graduations, and we're helping them build their businesses. So I do that over 6 months. If you already have a spiritual business and you want to up-level your branding, your social media presence, your graphics and all of that, I have a program for that. I just opened a branding company where we'll do your website, your graphics and all of that. And we'll start you on a good pattern for social media, schedule. And then I'm opening up a partnership right now for virtual event management. Yeah.
No wonder you're not going to be on here for 5 hours. You got ish to do.
So when I do get to be able to be on here like this, it's nice. But when y'all don't see me, I'm doing
working.
stuff.
I'm
working.
Period. Getting to all, baby. These are the only women who I know who gets to all of the bags. Get to all the bags in the land, baby.
Man, and now I've got a little partnership over here for the television station to finally launch this year too. So we got a lot going on. We have a lot going on over here. So it's not that I don't love y'all, but I got to give y'all some more attention.
Love me when I'm rich.
Huh?
Love you when you're rich, honey. You on your way to wealth, honey.
I'm doing my Oprah. I'm doing my big thing in 2023. Thank you guys for being here. AT2.
I gotta run to the bathroom, so I'm gonna go because I'm holding
Love.
Glory of God. But thank you so much for allowing me to come up here.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening up your platform. Thank you for having this discussion. And I hope you continue to have this discussion as many times as you feel you need to. And I'm always willing to come back, and thank you. And I love you. And you guys, please continue to support our Heart of Inspiration on YouTube. Thumbs up her video and please share out and continue to share. She's amazing. Thank you so much, Liz.
Thank you, beloved. Thank you. And you got, well, most of these people know who you are and where you at. So you know, clearly they know you.
Yeah. I'll text you.
Okay, love. Okay.
All right, baby.
Bye-bye. Wow, y'all, this was fun. This was fun. Let me wrap up these last little things here. AT2, that's why I'm like, do we care about victims or is this about getting a coin? Right? I can see her stretching this out and making it more than 3 parts. No, I think she's already cut it up to 3 parts, but I could see her stretching it out for 3 months to continue getting them $12. I take time off from YouTube. You on a funeral home, CC? That, wow. I don't know if they went there. I don't know. Listen, I got to be up in a few hours too. I know you should be asleep. Thank you for staying up with me, beloved. Oh, Lord have mercy. I see we go. Jace, thank you for Consciouz. Yes, thanks to Consciouz TV for coming on. I appreciate that so much. Melinda says she takes weekends off for social media. You guys are wonderful. I am going to come back. I will. I promise y'all. I'm just running this summit right now. Y'all just don't understand. So BTW, I want y'all to go down in the comments. Those are there here. I want you to go down in my description. There is a free week of kindness. We've got, like, I'm helping to run this. I'm partnering with a wonderful Hispanic woman, and we are doing this. It is the week of kindness and gratitude. It's really 4 days, jam-packed, 50 different speakers. It's going to be streamed. It's free to attend. Or if you want access to the free VIP offers, we got $40,000 worth of offers there for you, access between the free offers and the VIP. But $97 gets you access to those VIP offers for a full year, and also all the recordings, so you don't have to worry about if you missed something. And 10% of every last one of those VIP tickets, you guys, is going to go towards Better Vision for Children Foundation. They are working tirelessly in Africa and the United States and all over the globe to help eradicate child onset blindness. That is our charity for this week of kindness. And also, I am now officially a best-selling author. The Art of Connections, 365 Days of Transformational Quotes by entrepreneurs, business owners, and influencers. You can purchase that. I'm a contributing author. I do have a quote in there for one of the 365 days. So you can purchase that on Amazon, either Kindle or hardcover as well. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. I very much appreciate y'all. We'll be back. I can't say it's going to be for all this time, but I got to come back this weekend. We have to talk. The new moon is coming up in Aquarius. Ooh, child, this is going to be some stuff. I want y'all to manifest your greatness. Okay, so we'll be talking about that, and we're going to talk about more of these topics, okay, that are affecting our communities and are affecting our culture. And we're going to expand you guys' consciousness this year as well. All right. I love y'all. Peace, love, blessings, and joy be unto you today, tomorrow, and for all eternity. I love you guys so much. Namaste.